Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Get a durable refurbished Lenovo Chromebook for $55. And this was posted yesterday on Bleeping Computer. So, a refurbished Lenovo 100E Gen 2 Chromebook is $54.97. Used to be $199.99. If you use a computer to browse the web, check emails, stream video, work inside Google Docs, the priority isn't raw processing power, it's a device that handles the task smoothly without bulk or cost of a higher-end machine. Lenovo Chromebook 100E Gen 2 2019 fits in, and it's refurbished and available for $54.97. Used to be almost $200. This is a laptop for gaming and video editing. Doesn't need to be. The processor is cool. It's 4 gigabytes of RAM. They are enough to keep a handful of browser tabs, video calls, documents running at the same time without slowing the laptop to a crawl. It runs Chrome OS instead of Windows. There's also less to manage day to day. Starts up in seconds, updates itself automatically. There's no waiting room for software install or security patches. Durability is where the Chromebook stands out, which matters as much as horsepower if you need a second laptop. A child's first computer, device that's going to spend a lot of time in a backpack. Lenovo built the Chromebook with a spill-resistant keyboard, reinforced port, sturdy hinges, and a classroom-tested design that holds up well to daily handling. 64 ounces, 0.8 inches thick, lightweight, easy to carry from room to room, or pack for a trip. Rest of the hardware backs up everyday use, which is good. Screen won't match any high-end laptops, but it's 1366 by 678. It's sharp enough to read text and watch videos comfortably. Solid state storage, it means the system doesn't lag or stutter when opening apps. There are 2 USB-C ports, 2 USB 3.2 ports, plus an SD card slot for pulling photos off of camera or a phone, Wi-Fi for getting online without a cable. The unit is graded. The unit is graded A for refurbished units. Oh, okay, oops. I said that wrong. Meaning it should look and feel close to new, little to no visible wear, comes with power adapter included. Price subject to change. Kinda. Oh shit. Hey! Oh, hey! Bleeping Computers actually sells it. Oh, okay. Nice. 4 out of 5 star according to one review. Oh my god, I don't like that. Windows 11 Pro, $797. What the hell? Why is that low? So let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here, and doing OS 2.0 release. Declarative rebuild of the Linux desktop from I don't know how you say that. The company announced the general availability of Anduin OS 2.0.0 and is maintained by the company that I have no way to pronounce it, which marks its transition from solo maintained to internationally backed. When they started the project, like many downstream Linux distributions, they used to rely on a series of complex, imperative bash scripts to modify existing system images. While functional, it was fragile and difficult to maintain and upgrade. For version 2.0, they took a step back and rebuilt the entire foundation from the ground up. The new release is no longer a simple remaster. It's now assembled from scratch using debootstrap and CRUD pipeline, driven by custom-built declarative packaging toolchain AOS Proj and APKG. The core of the OS is meticulously modularized into 56 standard Debian packages across 3 tiers, which is hard replacements and soft overrides and branding capability extensions. Hard replacement overrides Ubuntu desktop. Soft override apparently affects apt-config, apt-config. Branding capability extensions. Apparently this says nothing. The entire source code and packaging pipeline are fully open, so you can explore them at AnduinOS-2, AnduinOS-packages, and APKG, which is probably on the website, by the way. The developers retired all custom update scripts, and system maintenance is handled. System maintenance is handled purely by standard apt update and apt upgrade. All apt repositories are served through global CDN at packages.anduinos.com, which is powered by Cloudflare load balancing across the United States, Europe, and Asia. The return to packaging sanity ensures 100% native compatibility with the broader Debian Ubuntu ecosystem. The new Anduin OS release is built on the cutting-edge Ubuntu 26.04 long-term service Resolute Raccoon base, powered by Linux kernel 7, ships with desktop optimized kernel profile, including BBR congestion control VM.swappiness that equals 10, raised fs.I notified limits to deliver noticeably more responsive desktop experience under heavy workloads. Intel SOF audio firmware is preloaded for the latest hardware without breaking secure boot. Dracut fully supported as an alternative irritant or Initram's Initra MFS framework for people that prefer it. The developers maintain strict stance on system bloat and user privacy. The CL/CI pipeline is now configured to hard fail with packages like snapd or upstream telemetry service are detected during the build process. They've also completely replaced Ubuntu's default font with elegant typographic stack, which is Cascadia Code, Nodo Sans Serif, Nerd Font Symbol, Twimoji, Color, CoRV1 for modern color emoji, and you get the stability of a long-term service base without parts people didn't ask. They keep the ISO lean at 2.5 GB. They swapped legacy apps for modern lightweight GTK4 Libaweda counterpart, which is celluloid, FFmpeg, YT-dip for broad format and streaming support. That replaced Showtime for video. Loop replaced Shotwell for image. Amberol replaced Rhythmbox and GNOME Music for audio. Resources replaced GNOME System Monitor. Geary serves as default email client. Developer tools like Build-Essential, GDB, and Git are no longer pre-installed to save space, but remain one apt install away. They introduce AnduinOS-oofwall-git or GTK, which is a first-party GTK4 GUI for UFW to manage firewall rules without touching terminals. And with localization fonts, all 28 languages are supported, including Danish, Ukrainian, Indonesian, Finnish, Hindi, Greek, now in a single ISO. You can select your native language directly from fully Unicode-aware Grub boot menu. Keyboard layout dynamically adapt to one chosen language, and Chinese users get clean AnduinOS-RIME input experience via DPKG-divert mechanism without pulling 20 unrelated legacy input method packages from upstream, or even more than 20. AnduinOS 2.0 introduces first-party AnduinOS appearance settings app, GTK4 Libaweda control panel with full 28 languages as within the i18N. It will let you switch 11 style-centered taskbar icons and classic left-aligned layouts so you can switch between them. Reposition taskbar to any screen edge, tweak grouping behavior from one clean interface. Login screens got the same attention. The built-in GDM wallpaper picker with image preview is backed by a fluid theming engine that surgically injects the complete fluid CSS plus SVG assets into GDM, which now has perfectly rounded accessibility buttons, auto-regenerate on every package upgrade to stay consistent with your desktop. They are proud to officially sponsor Vince Luis, or Fincel Luis, I don't know which, what the hell, for the stunning fluid GTK and icon theme that power entire interfaces. So you can take a look at this stuff. Look at this. That's pretty cool. That's interesting. That's I like it. Oh, here we go. Nice. Rounding out the experience, dash to panel render, crisp 1px fluid style panel border is good. Taskbar isolates monitors and workspace for multi-display setup by default. Right-click menu across dash to panel, DNG, DING, and arc menu are localized via .mo injection across supported languages. For new wallpaper is New Mountain, New Bubbles, 11, and OS have been included with New Bubbles as the default. They configured the system so people can get to work experience or get to work immediately. App images run out of the box with libviews 2G64. OpenGL libraries preloaded. Policy kit desktop privileges is integrated for passwordless prompt on standard desktop actions like mounting drives. A custom deskmon.service automatically allows executing .desktop files from the desktop directory. Just drop a shortcut and double click. Printing cups system config printer and scanning sane airscan utility are pre-installed and ready for your hardware. So they engineered end-to-end 2.0 for developers and daily users that want the hardware compatibility of Ubuntu LTS, but prefer cleaner, more traditional package management philosophy. So yeah, and you got like all the stuff from above, including seamless NVIDIA graphics and secure boot support. So, apparently NVIDIA graphics drivers are in there, which is cool. So, if you want it, Arduino OS 2.0 is built for you. Oh, and most of the packages, projects, and shell extensions are open source and licensed under GPL v3, so that's good. APKG is licensed under MIT license, so that's pretty cool. And if you want to take a look at it, let me know your experience. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. Anthropic accused Alibaba of illicitly accessing its Cloud AI model in largest known distillation attack. This was June 25th. So Anthropic formally accused Chinese tech giant Alibaba of orchestrating a massive unauthorized capability extraction campaign targeting Cloud AI models. In a letter dated June 10th this year, addressed to U.S. Senate Banking Committee Chair Tim Scott, Ranking Member Elizabeth Warren, Anthropic alleged that operators affiliated with Alibaba China, People's Republic of China, and its artificial intelligence laboratory, which is Alibaba Qwen, conducted coordinated campaigns to harvest frontier capabilities from Cloud AI platforms. And the company characterized the incident as the known distillation attack in its history. The operation relied on adversarial distillation, which is sophisticated methods where smaller or less advanced models are iteratively trained on structural outputs of a more powerful AI system to clone its behavior. The technique bypassed traditional network breach or raw weight exfiltration. Instead, the model's logical pathway, code generation framework, reasoning paradigms are systematically extracted via standard behavioral queries. Anthropic warned The industrial-scale pipeline allows rival entities to completely duplicate advanced American AI software capability while completely sidestepping massive computational cost. Capital expenditures, deep R&D cycle required to engineer frontier model from scratch. Anthropic highlighted that downstream system trained via adversarial distillation often lacked fundamental alignment, property, and safety guardrail, posing systemic risk outside of core intellectual property theft. Additional background details and geopolitical contextualization are accessible from the Financial Times AI Risk in Tech coverage. And so here's the active timeline. April 22nd to June 5th this year, which was a 6-week window. So these are 100% the facts that Anthropic did it. Yes, Anthropic warned. Yeah, woo. The campaign followed broader organized pattern documented by Anthropic security analysts from the previous 2026 public disclosure. Anthropic identified concurrent unauthorized distillation campaign by several Chinese AI labs. The historically documented baseline extraction vendor underscored continuous trend of systematic web-grounded capability from DeepSeek, Moonshot AI, and Minimax. So those three were the ones that did the February 2026 distillation campaign. The escalation of unauthorized model distillation is actively reshaping geopolitical tech policy on Capitol Hill. 2 senators, Bill Hagerty, Republican, Tennessee, Andy Kim, Democrat, New Jersey, are moving to introduce legislative amendment to upcoming defense legislation that would blacklist or levy stringent economic sanctions against foreign firms found abusing U.S. AI model outputs to train competing software systems. And this friction unfolded alongside severe regulatory changes earlier this month, where the U.S. Commerce Department imposed strict security controls on Anthropic Fable 5 and Mythos 5 model over defense deployment concern, which forced the company to restrict access parameters globally. Alibaba has not issued a response to the allegations that are ongoing. So let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And this is from Financial Times, so it's interesting. Let me know down below, and I will see you all in the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Claude Mythos 5 redeployed to help U.S. organizations strengthen cyber defense. Anthropic restored access to Claude Mythos 5 artificial intelligence model for a select group of U.S. organizations that are tasked with defending critical national infrastructure. This ended a 2-week suspension that began on June 12th, which prompted direct high-level engagement between the AI developer and federal authorities. Access to both Claude Mythos 5 and Fable 5 models were temporarily restricted, likely stemming from national security assessments and responsible deployment protocol governing AI in highly sensitive environments. The 2-week engagement between Anthropic and the U.S. government highlighted crucial weight federal stakeholders now placed on AI-assisted cyber defense capabilities. Anthropic confirmed through its X account that it collaborated closely with federal agencies to facilitate the safe restoration of the specialized model. Here's the post. Yeah. Following formal government authorization, Anthropic is rapidly reinstating across for approved organizations while navigating structured phased authorization processes. The process directly mirrors stringent clearance protocol traditionally reserved for sensitive military and defense technology. The company is actively coordinating with authorities to expand the availability of Mythos 5 and ultimately return Fable 5 to general use. Claude Mythos 5 operates as a flagship cybersecurity model, specifically engineered to support and scale defensive cyber operations against adversaries, and this is Anthropic's flagship. Organizations operating within CISA 16, CISA's 16 critical infrastructure sectors heavily rely on advanced large language models, which is LLMs, to secure complex attack surface and process massive volumes of threat intelligence telemetry. The model detects and prioritizes emerging network threats at machine speed to counter rapid exploits while simultaneously triaging critical vulnerabilities across expansive attack surfaces, including complex cloud environments, where it also accelerates incident response workflow by augmenting human-led security teams with automated analysis, which ultimately reduces mean times to containment and provide continuous round-the-clock analytical support. The regulatory intervention highlighted major shift in threat intelligence and cyber defense strategies, effectively treating advanced LLMs as vital national security assets. Subjecting cybersecurity AI models to government oversight directly establishes firm precedent for how AI vendors must operate when servicing critical infrastructure entities. Moving forward, cybersecurity industries can now expect similar scrutiny applied to any machine learning tool integrated into sensitive national frameworks. Security teams that authorize critical infrastructure organizations will receive formal restoration notice and API access update through existing Anthropic service channels. Entities not currently on the approach access roster are advised to monitor critical and official communication as Anthropic negotiates expanded deployment parameters with federal regulators. And that will be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I will see you on the next video. Hi. Benjamin Tucker here. New PDIT cow Linux kernel flaw lets local users gain root access. And this was newly disclosed yesterday, which is a critical privilege escalation vulnerability in Linux kernel traffic control subsystem known as CVE 2026-46331 and nicknamed PDIT cow that runs unprivileged local users or actually allows an unprivileged local user to gain full root access on affected system. Public working proof of concept exploit named packet underscore edit meme appeared on GitHub within 24 hours of CVE assignment last week in June 16, this year. The flaw lies in TCF underscore PDIT underscore act with brackets, the kernel function that rewrote packet headers in flight via act underscore PDIT traffic control module. It is designed to follow standard copy on write pattern, making private copy of a memory page before editing it. The problem is it validates writable ranges before runtime offsets are resolved. Certain edit keys determine the final offset only at execution time, causing writes to land outside private copy and directly into a shared page catch page, potentially backing a cached executable on disk. So this was introduced by Comet 899EE 91156E5. I don't know who that was. I don't know who that is. Present from Linux version 5.18 through version 7.1 RC7. A fix for that one landed quietly on the NetDev mailing list late last month, framed as a routine data corruption patch with no CVE and no security advisory. The pattern mirrors dirty pipe, dirty clone, dirty frag, all cases which affects kernels that result in fast path writes to a page it does not own. What distinguishes the flaw is the entry point. Unprivileged users can configure TC action from inside a user namespace, acquiring namespace -local cap _net _admin without elevated privileges. So the exploit never touched a disk, spawns a user namespace child to obtain cap _net _admin, uses COW violation to corrupt the in-memory ELF image of of left/bin left/su in the kernel page cache. That overwrites binary entry points with shellcode setgid0 within the brackets to setuid 0 within the brackets to execve bracket exclamation. Oh, what do you call this symbol anymore? Left/bin left/sh and another quote unquote. Okay, yeah, sorry. I don't know if that's even real, quote unquotes. Then they trigger the poisoned image to drop root shell. File integrity checks run on and return clean results throughout the on-disk file that was never modified. So it affects each a Red Hat Enterprise Linux 10.0, Debian 13 Trixie, Ubuntu 24.0.4, and 26.4 Ubuntu. The kernel is pretty much from 6.12 all the way to 7. Ubuntu 24.04.4's AppArmor restriction is bypassed via AA-exec, which uses permissive container profiles. Ubuntu 26.04 closes the path entirely, though underlying kernels do remain vulnerable. Red Hat, what the hell? Red Hat confirmed Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8, 9, 10 are affected, along with OpenStack Platform, Red Hat Virtualization, Red Hat Enterprise Linux Core OS. Debian patched Trixie, Debian 11, Debian 12 remain vulnerable. Ubuntu lists all supported releases from 18.04 through 26.04 as vulnerable as of June 25th, so that's bad, and that's horrible for people that still use it. Install the patched kernel and reboot immediately. Prioritize multi-tenant hosts, CI/CL, left/CD, runner, Kubernetes nodes, and shared build machine. If patching is not yet possible, you can blacklist as the module shown, or you can disable unprivileged user namespace user.max_user_namespaces equals 0 on Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or kernel.unprivileged_user ns_clone equals 0 on Debian Ubuntu, though it will break rootless container and sandbox browsers. Any host that ran the exploit should be treated as fully compromised, regardless of what file integrity tooling reports. That'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Apple touchscreen MacBook will use M5 Pro and M5 Max chips, not M6, according to reports. So it's Apple's upcoming touchscreen MacBook lineup that will be powered by existing M5 Pro and M5 Max chip, according to Bloomberg. And according to Bloomberg's report, which was 2 days ago, the revamped MacBook models are on track to arrive between late this year and early next year, 2027, and will mark Apple's first ever touchscreen Mac, an idea that, well, Apple refuted for years. Oh, Jesus. The MacBooks will have OLED screens, marking another first for the Mac, will come in 14 and 16-inch size, and will bring Dynamic Island to the Mac for the first time, which will replace existing notch design. According to Bloomberg, the devices will sport an updated industrial design, which will mark the first visual change to high-end MacBooks since 2021. And it also follows a separate story from Mark Gurman on the 25th of June, which he said revealed Apple's plan to skip higher-end chips in the forthcoming M6 generation, which will led to much consternation about the status of touchscreen MacBooks, which was previously expected to use M6 Pro and M6 Max CPUs. Apple is in advanced testing, according to Bloomberg, of the follow-up to the new MacBook models powered by M7 Pro and M7 Max chips, which will release by the end of 2027. And you can read the full report at Bloomberg, or if you want. And that'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Apple working on M7 Ultra Max Studio for 2028 with potential major upgrades. And this was Bloomberg's Mark Gurman's report that Apple will be debuting an updated version of Mac Studio with M5 Max, M5 Ultra CPU chips, which is a long-awaited refresh. The current Mac Studio released last year included M4 Max, M3 Ultra chips, so that's pretty behind. So the new M5 based Mac Studio is going to be just a chip upgrade. Still on track to launch this year. Looking around to 2028, there'll be interesting changes apparently. So if you've been in the market for Mac Studio, people may have already felt enough pain between long wait times due to demand surge and lack of supply. The computer is already dated with the M3 Ultra chip, and the fact that you'll have to stomach much higher prices thanks to recent price hikes. But things should be looking up slightly. Yeah, you can stop me if you already heard this, or you can stop Bloomberg if you heard it, or you can stop anybody. But a new Mac Studio should be coming soon. Reports from last year, 2025, stated that the refresh should be on market by around WWDC, which went out the window once the memory crisis arose. But a longer wait is never that fun, but the wait should be over soon. The M5 Ultra version being due this year. There won't be any sort of design overhaul with the new design, just new chips. The next iteration could be a different story. In 2028, Apple has some interesting changes in the pipeline for Mac Studio, which should be equipped with M7 Ultra, which Apple is reportedly skipping the M6 family chips. So there'll be a base M6, but no M6 Pro, Max, or Ultra. So that's pretty interesting according to the report. Apparently Mark Gurman was told Apple was working on internal changes to high-powered desktops, including better heatsink to improve thermal performance as the machine takes on more demanding on-device AI workload, which is not going to be a major redesign with the M5 Ultra model. Better heatsink is definitely a welcome addition, since gaming PCs have heat sinks for NVMe SSDs and other computer parts. So why is Apple doing this? Well, apparently Apple wants to push Mac Studio to its limits with heat sinks, but it is not clear if the change is in reference to M5 Ultra model or M7 Ultra model. Gurman mentioned the possibility of M7 Ultra model receiving a redesign, though it was noted Apple tends to keep desktop designs around for a long time. And if you're a Mac Studio fan or prospective buyer, this will be positive news for you. And if you have any opinions, let me know in the comments below. Oh, if you want me to take a look at anything, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Benjamin Tucker here. WhatsApp Beta brings liquid glass design to iPad app. And here's what it will look like. So, last month's wider rollout of liquid glass design on iPhone, WhatsApp is testing the updated look on iPad, and while a separate version remains in development for Mac, which will give you the details. Meta's rollout of liquid glass redesign has been a long time coming, which began last October, which was last year, and only recently users started seeing a broader rollout. WhatsApp began testing liquid glass and the overall macOS 26 redesign earlier this month, with a new sidebar with text label beside each icon that Apple is dropping in macOS 27 Golden Gate, an updated chat bar, refreshed attachment menu, dedicated locked chat section. I don't know if this is going to be for Android and Windows, and Linux. WA Beta Info spotted it, which apparently spotted users running WhatsApp beta on iPadOS that are gaining access to redesigned interface, including floating chat sidebar, liquid glass style tab, button, and context menu. So that's pretty cool. And with past rollout of the liquid glass redesign on WhatsApp, access appears to be limited at the stage with more users expected to gain access in the coming weeks. WhatsApp has yet to comment on when the design is going to roll out more broadly for macOS and other operating systems that I mentioned. Instead of sitting flat against the edge, it floats above the interface as a semi-transparent element. Navigation bar responds to scrolling in the chat list. It becomes more transparent, making the content underneath visible. Buttons throughout the interface now use same frosted glass appearance introduced on iPhone. They respond with fluent animation when tapped, which makes interaction feel more polished. So that's pretty cool. And that will be... Oh, here we go. Yeah, and this is from WA Beta Info. Okay, so Meta is rolling it out. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Tucky here. So Apple is working with supplier Tata after sensitive files leak online, and this was from Reuters that detailed how Apple and its Indian supplier Tata Electronics are responding to a massive data breach that exposed sensitive files earlier this month, and the details are in. Tata Electronics confirmed that it fell victim to a cyber attack that stole confidential files from Apple and Tesla. More than 200,000 files, totaling over 630 gigabytes, were published on the dark web. Reuters say the leak included Apple manufacturing specification, quality inspection standard for iPhone circuit board components, emails, employee passport copies, and years of system logs. Reuters reported that Tata has moved to restrict internal access to sensitive system as it investigated the leak and has hired a global consultant to conduct a forensic audit. This was 2 days ago. Apple's main supplier in India has notified the local government and affected clients, though did not publicly identify the companies involved. Reuters noted that Apple is involved in the investigation, which you can see right here. One of their spokesperson added. With more information now at hand, the report said the leak contained 16 files and folders of purported documents from Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company, TSMC, 23 from Qualcomm, which makes parts used in iPhones. One of the documents was marked TSMC Secret, which contained product reliability test details of TSMC component with photographs, an Apple Silicon Engineering Group document from 2023 that mapped Apple parts number to TSMC's number with details of Apple employees and the document revision history. Qualcomm's document from 2021 showed mechanical information on power management integrated circuit with drawing watermark confidential, will contain trade secrets. Apple has yet to comment on the case publicly. So let me know what you think about the leak. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Tucky here. OpenAI upgrading ChatGPT and Codex with new GPT 5.6 model in limited release. This was 2 days ago, which OpenAI is introducing the new model 2 months after 5.5 was released, but it would be rolled out to customers that are most likely just going to be workstation type. So the rollout won't be as straightforward as previous models that were updated for ChatGPT and Codex. So we have Sol, the flagship model, Terra, balanced model, and Luna, fast and affordable one. So that's 3 versions of 5.6. which is inspired by Sun, Earth, and Moon. Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, ba. And this is OpenAI's explanation here. So it does give people and developers choice across intelligence, speed, and cost. Ha! So that's pretty cool. It is so OpenAI is beginning a limited preview of the series, and the staggered release is due to cooperation with the U.S. government. That's actually cooperation, not corporation. What the hell? Wait, they put that wrong. They put it wrong. They put corporation, not cooperation. Oh, that's funny. So yeah, and they were engaging with the U.S. government. The same thing that I covered with Anthropic too. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. So we can you can read OpenAI's statement from the announcement that apparently it starts with max and ultra reasoning effort options for ChatGPT's 5.6 Soul. And Soul is the one that will give people most time to reason deeply. A ultra mode will go beyond capabilities of a single agent by leveraging subagents to accelerate complex work, so that's pretty cool. The new model displays advancement in coding, biology, cybersecurity, which is cool. Oh, so GPT 5.6 Soul is a cybersecurity one. Terra and Luna will also be cybersecurity with robust safeguards alongside Soul, with configurations matched to each model's capabilities. And it will be released to trust partners and organizations for $5, $30, $2.50, $15, $1, $6. Yeah, I'm not gonna select any of those prices. For God's sake, why the hell would we pay for that? I don't even know why we pay for that stuff. But let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. CashOS released this month's snapshot with Hyperlin Noctalia desktop option, and it also ships with latest greatest KDE Plasma 6.7 desktop environment by default. So the Arch Linux based CashOS as its development team published a new ISO snapshot for this month that includes package upgrades, new features, and improvements. Still powered by 6.18 Linux long-term service kernel on the live session, CatchyOS ISO snapshot for this month ships with KDE Plasma 6.7 desktop environment, accompanied by KDE Framework 6.27 and KDE Gear 26.04.2. After you install CashOS using the ISO snapshot, the final installation will be powered by Linux 7.1 kernel, which goes for existing CashOS users that have been using Linux kernel 7.0, which is marked as end of life on the kernel.org website. We have some new changes, which now includes CashOS Hyperlin Noctalia desktop option in the installer, SDDM being default login manager for Mango WM window manager. GNOME resource is default system monitor app instead of GNOME system monitor for GNOME desktop. Audio package group was updated to include real-time privileges. Live session received better keyboard layout. Variant detection. CashOS welcome app was updated with support for DNS over QUIC and dedicated troubleshooting page. Overall performance was improved due to Python using extended PGO. CashOS ISO snapshot for this month added GCC patch for generic x86 branch misprediction tuning on modern Intel and AMD processors, which is Intel Core, Intel Xeon, AMD Ryzen, AMD Threadripper, AMD EPYC processors, whichever ones you have. Rename Proton CashOS to Proton CashOS Native. Removes Paru from installation. Shelly is now the recommended package manager. And PTix's terminal is having its support added in the CashOS welcome terminal. So that's pretty good. CHWD received 32-bit Falcon driver for virtual machines and Turkish translation, which Turkish language is now added. Well, while the devs resolved driver conflicts on multi-GPU systems that required incompatible driver branches, so CashOS can now install the best common driver or fall back to primary GPU, whichever graphics card you have. You can check out the release note for details about the changes, including in CashOS ISO snapshot for June this month, which can be downloaded from the website as desktop or handheld editions. Existing users can update to the current version with sudo pacman dash uppercase s undercase lowercase yu command, or just use plasma discover. That'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucky here. Linux kernel 7.0 reached end of life. Time to upgrade to Linux kernel 7.1, boys and girls and others. Linux kernel 7.1 is making its way into stable repositories of popular distros, including Arch Linux, OpenSUSE, Tumbleweed, and so others. And it will be a friendly reminder that Linux 7.0 has reached the end of supported life, and people should consider upgrading to Linux kernel 7.0 as soon as possible. The previous version, 7.0 Linux kernel, was released April 12th, 2026. That was 2 months ago. That introduced new features like stable Rust implementation, new immutable root file system called NULFs, support for atomic 64-byte loads on ARM64 CPUs, support for RISC-V SIGFIS and SIGFlip extension on RISC-V CPUs, 128-bit atomic CMP XCHG support on Loong Arc architecture. But since that version is short-lived and was only supported for a couple months, it is now marked end of life on kernel.org, effective immediately starting in June 27th, and even continuing onward by Linux kernel developer Greg Kroah-Hartman. And users must now move to latest Linux 7.1 kernel branch. So this is his announcement. The last update to Linux 7.0 is Linux 7.0.14, which was released today for those that can't upgrade to Linux kernel 7.1 right away. Linux 7.1 hasn't yet landed in stable repositories of GNU and Linux distributions, so we'll have to wait longer to upgrade a people's system. Linux kernel 7.1 was released June 14th, which was weeks ago, with a new NTFS file system implementation, new landlog access, right for path name Unix domain socket, better power management with improvement to AMD P-state in Intel idle drivers, support for Intel's flexible return and event delivery featured by default. So Linux 7.1 is short-lived. It will be supported for a couple of months. So if you're looking for long-term support, consider Linux 6.18, 6.12, 6.6, or 6.1, all being supported until December next year and 2028 respectively. And that'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. You're probably going to be disappointed in that, but if you want anything for me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucky here. DXVK 3.0 release with shader compilation and D3D9 improvement, which was made June 25th this year. The release also added support for VKEXT descriptor, heap, Falcon extension by default on drivers that support it, and that will be the latest stable version, DXVK 3.0. That's now the latest stable version for Falcon-based implementation of D3D9, D3D10, D3D11 for Linux or Wine. That brings new feature and improvements for games, which now supports DXBC Spurv for shader compilation, which should fix rendering issues in games. Shader Model 1.3 support for D3D9, support for VK_EXT underscore descriptor underscore heap Vulkan extension by default on drivers that support it. Support for shared resources to work on Wine's upstream implementation. DXVK 3.0 brings various D3D9 improvements, which is fixed function pipeline support that allows D3D8, D3D9 games to perform rendering without shaders, buffer upload optimizations that fix address space related crashes in various 32-bit D3D9 games, multi-sampling render state support to fix rendering issues in Anno 1701, Metaphor Assault Squad, and other games with MSAA enabled. DXVK is now aggressively using asynchronous transfer queue to perform resource uploads into VRAM, required many features and extensions added to Vulkan 1.4, added support for D3D11, class linkage feature, reduced unnecessary GPU graphics card synchronization to allow overlapping multiple independent render passes, as well as render passes with compute shaders. The new version improves games including Viet Cong, The Eye of the Dragon, Sea Dogs, Age of Pirates 2, Dirt Rally 2, Bioshock Infinite, Borderlands, Colin McRae Rally 3, Fallout New Vegas, Insurgency, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Jump Space, goddammit, Max Payne, Railroad Tycoon 3, Sangfroid, Tales of Werewolves, Splinter Cell 4, Sims 3, Total War Pharaoh, Witch on the Holy Night, and World of Final Fantasy. You can check out the release note on the project's GitHub page, and you can download DXVK3 as a source tarball from the same location. But if you have DXVK installed from the software repo of your distribution, you'll have to wait for the new release to land or enjoy improvements. That'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucky here. Purism announced Librem 16 as world's most private and secure Linux laptop, which features 13th generation Intel Core i7-13620H processor, 64 DDR4 RAM, 16TB NVMe SSD storage, and this was June 25th this year. Linux hardware vendor Purism announcement. It is designed chip by chip, line by line to respect and protect digital life. Features 16-inch display with 1920 by 1200 resolution, 16 by 10 aspect ratio, high quality aluminum chassis with no branding, and is powered by 13th generation Intel Core i7-13620H processor. That's 10 core, 16 threads, 4.9 GHz clock speed, Intel UHD graphics, up to 64 GB DDR4 RAM, up to 16 TB M2 PCIe PCLE NVMe SSD storage. The new computer features Intel AX200 Wi-Fi 6 wireless card with two antennas, Gigabit Ethernet RJ45 port, two USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type-C ports with DisplayPort out mode and power delivery, charging up to 100 watts, two USB 3.2 Gen 1 Type-A ports, HDMI 2 port, micro SD card reader, 3.5mm audio jack that has headphones and microphone. Librem 16 comes with full-size backlit keyboard with plenty of key travel, disabled Intel management engine, unique hardware kill switches to physically disconnect webcam and mic or wireless and Bluetooth, pure boot, Librem keys support to detect software and hardware tampering, and a free cell 54.2 WH battery and core boot open source firmware. And then this is the statement from Todd Weaver. I don't know who Todd Weaver is. As with Purism's laptop, Librem 16 comes with Debian-based Pure OS, Linux GNU distribution with free software foundation endorsement, AppArmor Sandbox DEB Flatpak package, HTTPS everywhere enabled by default, ad blocking, tracking protection, only free open source software. You can purchase it for $2,899 US dollar for one model that has 16 gigabyte RAM, 500 gigabyte M2 SSD from the online store. It will be delivered within 10 business days from the moment of purchase and shipped worldwide. You can get it in Librem 16 Basic, Plus, and Max. And that'd be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey! Benjamin Tucker here. Google Messages features are rolling out this month. So, we got a lot of things going for messages for Android AP tests that are testing many features. It could take RCS SMS client rather long time to actually launch new functionality and stable. So with Google announcements and devices that were checked, the current stable is good. The current release is good. I don't know. Chat theme is apparently still rolling out in beta. That replaced change color from 2024. And you could be on the lookout for a red badge when it is rolled out for your phone. So you just go to Google Messages, go crazy with the 3 red button, and then chat theme. The colors carousel themselves in message bubble themes. 9 options are available, with dynamic color being the first option and responding to background of your chat. You can also change between 8 options too. Then they're static. That's pretty cool. Wallpapers are becoming more improved with animals, architecture, black and white, cityscape, landscape, Marco space, sunset texture. And you can upload your own apparently, so that's pretty cool. iOS 27 and adds replies and photo reaction to Android iPhone RCS because, well, that's beta for iOS 27 and that's going to launch this fall. Android iPhone conversation over RCS will gain support for inline reply that includes quote photo reaction with emojis instead of just text description. So that's coming for iOS 27. Long press menu is pretty good. Instead of a toolbar, long pressing on an image or message opens flowing menu with Google partially centering what you view. Background is blurred. Feel haptic, and you can feel that haptic feedback. And well, you can see that the long press menu is seeing wider availability in the beta channel, but it's not available. Oh yeah. Read receipt redesign is getting version 2, which apparently is reverted to 2 circle read receipts underneath the message design after trying a single circle within the bubble. And Google seems to be testing a variant that uses old icons but move timestamp and encryption locks, which can now view information by swiping left. Direct replies is accessed by a right swipe. Samsung messages will be discontinued in July in all parts of the world. So Samsung is having users switch to Google Messages. Google's RCS app will automatically shift to your home screen dock after the move. Messages for web removing QR code pairing. Dun dun dun! Going forward, messages for web users will have Google account sign-in. The QR code method is available until then. Read receipts redesign version 1 seems to be big, which appeared in August 2024, but is seeing a wide beta and stable availability. You'll swipe left to see timestamps and encryption locks. You swipe right to reply. Boom. Boom. Read receipts are placed in a circle at the bottom right corner of message, bubbles, and images, so that's pretty good. Oh yeah. I love it. And we got stable launches, bolder voice message button, which voice messages have themes. Yes, voice message buttons have themes with bolder color or having waveform match the compose field. Tap to draft is enabled by going to setting, suggestions and actions. Suggestion, tapping a smart reply will place it in the text field to allow for further edits before you manually tap the send button. However, tap to send remains available and is default, but something else will be there. Selfie GIF consistently appeared. That became an issue in the plus menu where selfie GIF option would not appear every time you open attachments. It resulted in one-time location shortcut moving between spots, so that was resolved as of stable version 202.604.28_00_RCC02. Oh yeah! Encrypted RCS for Android and iPhone. Phone is great! On May 11, Apple rolled out iOS 26.5 with end-to-end encrypted RCS. Chats messages between Android and iOS users cannot be read by anyone as they are sent between phones. Google Messages will see same lock as before when talking to people on iPhone. iOS Messages app will show text message RCS lock icon encrypted at the center of the screen. Encrypted RCS will automatically enable itself over time for new and existing RCS conversations. Apple said this is available with supported carriers. It will roll out over time. So make sure you're running the latest version of Google Messages. And supported carriers are AT&T, Boost Mobile, C Spire, Cellcom, Wisconsin, Consumer Cellular, Cox Mobile, Cricket, Family Mobile, FirstNet, Metro, by T-Mobile, Nextech Wireless, Pure Talk, Red Pocket, Spectrum, Strata, T-Mobile USA, TracFone, Straight Talk, Ultra Mobile, US Cellular, Verizon Wireless, Visible, and Xfinity Mobile. Oh, I don't want that. Oh, shit. I don't want that. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you in the next video. Hey! Benjamin Tugger here. Upgrade your social media with FeeMake's all-in-one studio. Here's what it can do. That's right. FeeMake's AI studio gets an all-in-one one-stop shop for everything you need to create content. FeeMake's AI social video studio is full of tools that can improve your social media game, whether improving content you've already shot or posted, or creating something from scratch. Yeah! Studio tools include Video Enhancer, Watermark Remover, Video Recreation, AI Avatar, Video Translator, Product Showcase. All in one suite helps people bring vision to life, optimizing everything along the way to get the maximum benefit out of your content and its viral potential. FeeMake can take raw footage, polish it with ease, that's Video Enhancer, which upscales it to 4K, fix blur, cleaning up noise, adjusting lighting, and stabilizing footage all in a single click. Their tools can help out from there. You can keep track of your original footage, make ability to download old clips from your social profiles pretty useful, but they're covered up by watermarks from platforms, your own captions, more. But FeeMake's watermark remover comes in handy, and they have the ability to remove elements and give you a clean clip to work when you need it the most. Oh, hell yeah, look at this. It was never meant to die here. Bullshit, it is. Well, duh, you need the captions. Hello? Like you're watching a foreign European film and you gotta keep it dubbed in English, man. Oh, come on. Well, keep the captions, bro. You're watching an European film with English subtitles. Bro. If you want to put your subject on a new background removal tool is ready to help. You could have FeeMake use another existing video to make a recreation, which is helpful to make a concept of your own video. Basis of a shoot, or just an edit. It's all available in a single place, no app switching or multiple subscriptions needed. For quick content creation, FeedMake supports the ability to create clips from product images or existing footage, or it can use AI objects or avatars to bridge the gap between clips and save money on production. All you gotta do is just pay $10 and that's it. The AI UGC can be used alongside other content you've captured to build your own powerful content for social media. Oh, hell yeah. So the social media tools are free to try on FeedMake. Higher creation limits, additional tools unlocked, which is under $6 a month, but $10 is kind of cool. 1,000 credits each month, and the use of core tool like the video enhancer, watermark removal, and thumbnail generator up to 10 times per day is for the Plus plan. You also get access with the Plus plan to powerful generation model, including Google Veil 3.1, Cdance 2.0, and more, that export up to 1080p. Pro plan supports up to 4K output, 5 times the daily use, 4,500 credits, so you can see the full breakdown on FeedMake's site. Oh hell yeah, let's go. Let's get trolling. Here we go. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucky here. Google Message starts rolling out custom chat themes. Oh yeah. And it's giving Android users more customization and personalization options with chat themes. So that's pretty cool. Server-side updates, so that's pretty cool. Not yet widely rolled out to testers. Change color is replaced by chat themes. Color carousel theme is the message bubble, which has dynamic color that responds to background of the chat, while remaining 8 options are static, so that's cool. Wallpapers are good with animal architecture, black and white, cityscape, landscape, macro, space, sunset, texture. So that's pretty cool. You could change color in a chat with 9 options, which was introduced 2 years ago, 2024, and they have a lot of things for bubbles and backgrounds. The new chat theme option replaces that, provides more extensive customization. Google notes that only you will see the changes in a departure from previous approaches. Conversation preview starts at the top of the screen. You'll get a carousel of colors that match the system level dynamic color palette. Then you have wallpaper with Google providing stock categories like animal, architecture, black and white, cityscape, landscape, macro, and more, which is similar to Google wallpaper option, which you can manually do that, or you could just choose your own photo. Level of customization is staple for modern messaging apps, and Google addressed it because people requested it. And we're not seeing chat themes on several devices as of yet, or well, 9to5 Google said that with the usual stage Google message rollout and play. According to Reddit, you'll see change colors become chat theme once it's available. 9to5 Google is not seeing chat themes on several devices. They checked today with the usual stage Google message rollout and play. According to Reddit, you'll see change color become chat theme once it's available for your device. Hopefully it will see a wide launch sooner than later. And this will be it for the video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Gemini new Google Play Store integration lets people chat-define Android apps and games. So, previewed at I/O 2026, Gemini app on Android now integrates with Google Play Store. It is a connected app that lets people use Gemini to conversationally browse the Play Store to find Android apps and games, which also includes what are some meditation apps, recommend a good map app for my phone to download while I'm traveling internationally, recommend an app that will show me what I fish, or what fish I can expect to see on my upcoming scuba dive trip. I've been in a blurry vintage film look on social media. What app can I use to get that 90s disposable camera aesthetic for my photo? Find a productivity app to help me with my meal planning. Some results will display a Play Store card that lists apps with ratings and download counts, links to view more in Google Play. Tapping on an app slides up to the app listing to install. Other prompts will give Gemini response that describes various options, which you can follow up with install app name or download game name to get the Play card. Another aspect of the Google Play integration lets people use Gemini to search for and purchase in-app digital items, subscriptions, digital gift cards, which support for gift cards were introduced last year, which you can purchase an in-app item for game name, buy stored name gift card, show me in-app purchases for app name, so forth. Google says Gemini can only recommend in-app items for apps installed on your device. Not all apps support making purchases with Google Play connected app in Gemini, but it is growing. The list is growing. Everything is growing. To set up Google Play connected app, enter one of the above prompts. Gemini will guide you to connect the Play Store. The integration is still rolling out and did not appear on devices 9 to 5 Google check this morning. And that'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 6 Pro needed more words to prove its power with 3 other flagship chips coming. Qualcomm's Snapdragon chipset flagship lineup is eternally confusing. Slight variations generating new names, options that aren't all that different, but it sounds like next few releases are going to be more confusing with several new chips in the work, including Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 6 Pro, which Qualcomm adds yet another word to describe how powerful its flagship chip for Android phone is. Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 6 Pro tacks on the Pro moniker to what it was in the Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5. Digital chat station on Weibo reported that it earns the new name with record-breaking peak performance, 2+3 Orion core configuration, more aggressive clock speed, new A850 GPU, 16GB GMEM, support for LPDDR6 5X memory, and is built on 2nm process. But the chip SM8975 is not on the pipeline, and it's not only the one on the pipeline. There are 3 other chips that are coming, including Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 6, Snapdragon 8 Gen 6. Both of them are good. Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5 and Snapdragon 8 Gen 5 was not a confusing enough situation. Differences on standard Elite Gen 6 would include step-down GPU, no LPDDR6 support, none of that, 12GB GMEM, while using the same 2+3+3 core configuration. And that would be a new variant on the Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5 releasing under SM8850Q designation. And SM8845 Pro chip that will be Snapdragon 8 Gen 6 or Snapdragon 8 Gen 5 Pro. So the flagship tiers are just on the recap, 2 NMs and 3 NMs. Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 6 Pro, regular Gen 6, Elite Gen 5 variant, or just Gen 6 or Gen 5 Pro. Qualcomm usually holds the timeline, so we'll start seeing those chips in the next few months, with the flagships on Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 6 Pro landing around October, November, December. That'd be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Benjamin Tucker here. YouTube Shorts player adding clear screen mode 2x playback removes dislike. YouTube announced that on June 25th. Number of updates to Shorts player that creates more intuitive Shorts experience. There's a clear screen mode that temporarily hides all icons and text from playback view, which provides immersive distraction-free view of the content. So you can check the overflow menu in the top right corner for that new view. The controls front can now double playback speed, which is you doing it. One of the most requested features from the Shorts community. and you can mute by tapping the screen to pause, tapping the mute icon to silence audio, and as spotted, YouTube Shorts replaced thumbs up with heart icon, which is now a meaningful way to express a video that truly connects with you. YouTube Shorts is retiring or replacing the dislike button with don't recommend the channel, not interested in the overflow menu, which is going to provide precise control that accurately tunes your feed, with the latter letting people select irrelevant, boring, and other options. So that's pretty cool. I mean, a video can be anything from poor audio quality to simply not my cup of tea. Boom. And they were rolled out already. That'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Google Finance now available as dedicated Android app, which was released after beta testing from last August, which was last year. So Google Finance is now AI-powered redesign and is launched alongside a new Android app. Google started testing the major overhaul to the finance service last year. Gemini models now allow people to ask about stock and conduct research, while an advanced charting and real-time data. Google Finance is now coming out of beta with 2 new features: portfolios, which allows people to view all investments consolidated into a single dashboard that shows performance data, as well as insight on how your asset allocation and more. You can create a portfolio by adding screenshot or uploading PDFs or CSVs that detail your holdings to Google Finance. And once you do that, it's easier to dive deeper with Research Tool. Try asking questions like, what sectors are currently underrepresented in my portfolio? Or how does my fixed income allocation impact long-term growth potential? Yeah, absolute. Google Finance now lets people ask for custom briefings in conversational manner. For example, send me daily pre-market briefing analyzing significant overnight moves across major cryptocurrency. And once generated by, Gemini, you'll be notified by Google app on Android or iOS, which alerts also appear on Google Finance Research Panel online. Google Finance is now available on Android, which was removed 10 years ago, or 11 years ago, actually. Yeah, 11 years ago. Google Finance app lets people access watch list, real-time data with AI-powered key moments that explain why a stock moved, see live financial news feeds. There's AI research tool that you can use. The app features floating toolbar with Ask tool available in the corner. Material 3 Expressive is heavily used throughout, and over the coming months, Google will add live earning call with both of today's launches. Google Finance is available on Android and with the iOS app coming later this year. And this was released June 25th. That's a few days ago. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. Microsoft releases Windows 11 KB 510 to 558, KB 5096 or 5615 setup and recovery updates. And these updates deliver improvements to setup, also help in recovery of the OS and others. Yes, sirree. So Microsoft released new preview updates, C release on their KB 509, 5093, and there are new dynamic updates. Dynamic updates bring improvements to Windows recovery process as in the form of Windows recovery environments, WinRE, which are called SafeOS updates. The updates affect setup file binaries in the form of setup updates. The dynamic update packages are meant to be applied to existing Windows images prior to deployment. Dynamic update also help preserve language pack and features on demand content during upgrade process. VB script is currently an FOD on Windows 11 24H2. This time, recovery and setup are released for Windows 11. And here's what they wrote for KB5095186 is for Windows 1126H1, and the version is 10.0.28,000.2335. KB510.2558 is for Windows 11 version 24H2 and 25H2, which improves Windows setup binary or any file that setup uses for feature updates in Windows 11 24H2 and 25H2, so that's pretty good. KB5095615 is for Windows 11 24H2 and 25H2, which improves Windows recovery environment. WinRE version is 10.0.26.100.8737. Yeah, so once you update your computer, recovery and setup updates will be downloaded and installed automatically. That'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. Apple reportedly looks to blacklist its Chinese memory chip as RAM prices climb, so its Chinese memory firm CXMT to ease pressure from rising MacBook and iPad cost. And this is Apple trying to get a clearance from the Trump administration to buy memory from Changshin Memory Technology to get some relief from soaring DRAM prices. This was reported by Financial Times. Apple approached the Commerce Department for more than a month ago, spoke to other officials and allies in Washington. CXMT is a company that's been placed on the Pentagon's list of Chinese military company. The Chinese company in the People's Republic of China is the country's top DRAM maker. The timing is certainly awkward, but not surprising for Apple. Tim Cook recently warned that Apple would have to raise prices because AI companies are buying up large amounts of memory for data centers, and Apple raised MacBook and iPad prices. Micron revealed that customers have committed billions of dollars to secure memory supply years in advance, which shows how aggressive securing infrastructure has become. This gives suppliers such as Samsung, SK Hynix, Micron, and others more leverage while pushing hardware makers to look for alternatives. CXMT is one of those alternatives, but not simplest. Apple has spent many years trying to diversify parts of its supply chain away from China for final assembly, while still depending heavily on Chinese manufacturing and suppliers. Even domestic brands from China are moving towards CXMT, YMTC, instead of Samsung, Micron, SK Hynix. For Apple, it would invite more scrutiny than local Chinese companies. So this is more like a lobbying effort rather than confirmed supply deal. There's no official statement from either parties. What is clear is the pressure behind such a request. AI demand has certainly made hardware a bottleneck. Companies are trying everything they can to bring things back to normal, even if it means making potentially sensitive choices, even politically ones. And that'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tuck here. You've tried DuckDuckGo and Brave Search. Now get serious with Sear XNG. That's right. Search privacy and control in search engines. You could try out Sear XNG, Meta Search Engine. Host it yourself for more control. It's become quite trendy over the last decade to dump Google search in favor of privacy. DuckDuckGo, Start Page, and Brave Search is preserved alternate. The search engines have done a very good job at highlighting dodgy practices by Google, such as adjusting search results based on what it thinks you'll like, aka filter bubble, and stalking you around the web to advertise for you. While the search engines are good starting points when compared to non-private services like Google, few issues remain. DuckDuckGo and Brave Search require non-freeze JavaScript in your web browser, which is comparable to running proprietary software on your computer. You can be sure about what it's actually doing in the background. Another issue is that search engines are hosted on respective company servers, and you're using a service that you don't control. DuckDuckGo, which offers privacy features, and while it does do it, relies heavily on Microsoft infrastructure for its result and permitted Microsoft tracking script. Oops. Well, if you're looking for a more private search solution than 3, including start page, SearXNG is one. It's a privacy-respecting meta search engine that can be used via different public instances. Useful for mobile users, you can install it on your computer or server, run it locally with maximum control. Unlike Google, Bing, or Brave, which crawl the web, have their own search indexes, SearXNG is a meta search engine. It taps other search engines, strips identifying data such as IP addresses, user agent, cookies. In the process, search query is sent to the other search engines you enable before aggregating the result. SearXNG has deployment flexibility. If you're a casual user or mobile user don't want to run SearXNG locally, you can use a public instance and that is hosted by someone else. Main problem with it is you are putting trust in someone who is maintaining the instance regarding stuff like logs that they will keep. Good hosts should have a privacy policy explaining that. SearXNG is weird because if you're trying to use it, you can install software on your device and head to 127.0.0.1:8080 in your browser. Search from there. While you don't have to worry about third-party admin like public instances, search engines can block your IP address if they frown on you pulling in their search results locally. If you want to run it locally, it's good to use proxies or VPNs to hide your actual IP. You don't have to worry about any of that with public instances as they never see your IP address. None. No search engine does that. Main privacy benefit of using SearXNG is it isolates your identity from underlying engines that is capable of searching, which is Google and Bing. Search engines will see requests coming from generic server, so they can't profile you and create a bubble filter that influences what you see. And it's the results you see. This also ensures that your search engine doesn't turn into an echo chamber that prevents you from reading alternative points of view. A free software project is good. That's SearXNG. You're allowed to inspect it to make sure that there are no negative features bundled inside, which sets it apart from privacy search engines mentioned earlier because you can't check their source code, right? No. As a meta search engine, you're not restricted to getting results from one source due to the fact that it scrapes content from other websites. SearXNG instance will periodically get blocked from different providers, so it's good to select a range of sources as a backup while enabling all of the services you'll get with whatever result. But you can always check which provider is slowing down your search from the search result page and disable them to speed things up. So, if you want decent results, enable Google, Brave, DuckDuckGo, Quant, Bing, and Yahoo. You can get wide coverage without latency. The Engines tab in Preferences, do note that there are different tabs: General, Images, Video with their own providers that can be toggled and are not covered by Enable All while on General tab. So you can dig into each of them. If you want to enable everything, just press Enable All in one tab, then hit Save at the bottom of the page. Then do the next tab, and if you press Enable All, do that in each tab, and save. Nothing will stick. When NeoWin had some of the search engines enabled, you can search Define Nefarious. Results come back with definition of define. Obviously, that was a sucky result. However, NeoWin had everything enabled, found the dictionary page for the word nefarious, even had an inline definition on the sidebar, which is nice. Delivered by Wolfram Alpha for anyone wondering. Probably the worst thing about the meta search engine is that the engines you select are saved with a cookie, so you gotta enable them on every new device you use SearXNG on, including if you decide to go into incognito mode with web browsers Honestly, people would say it's annoying, and perhaps if your browser lets you choose a separate private browser or search engine, then it would be best to use DuckDuckGo for the portion of your browsing. Another weakness of SearXNG is random blocking of it by search providers. When you're on any result page, expand the response time box and it will show up like suspended, too many requests, or access denied. So it's good to enable several providers that have a fallback to get results from. Don't pretend CRX and G will be for everyone. However, if you enable all the providers and put up with a slower response time, results can be amazing. Even if you don't want to use it as your daily driver, keeping a bookmark handy that links it to that links to it is a good idea if you ever feel like doing a deep dive into niche topics where other search engines are just falling and sucking and failing to bring up any good result due to the amount of sources it looks on. So if you want a radical user control over the software you use, install CRXNG locally will be a good idea, but be prepared to be temporarily blocked from sites if you trigger bot sensors without a VPN. So NeoWin opted to use public instance rather than install it themselves. If you want to use it as a public instance, head over to crx.space to find a provider. Let me know in the comments if you have used CRXNG or its predecessor, CRX. What do you think about the quality? If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tuckey here. Microsoft quietly extended Windows 10's extended security update for an extra year. So, Microsoft pushed back Windows 10 execution as the RAM crisis deepened. And this is Microsoft's extension of the Windows 10 Consumer Extended Security Update from October 13th this year to October 12th next year, which is an extra year of security updates. Great news for people that want to keep current PC a little while longer. After all, not all Windows 10 PCs support Windows 11. Hey, people can switch to Linux after that. With RAM and storage prices skyrocketing, now is not a great time to buy a new PC. With this in mind, Microsoft ESU extension came at a great time for consumers. It allows them to use their Windows 10 PC for an extra year while maintaining official security support. After it ends, it will only be a matter of time before Windows 10 becomes an insecure OS that is unsafe to use. People that are enrolled in Windows 10 Extended Security Update will not need to take any action to receive an extra year of coverage. So, details are available here, and Microsoft has made a statement here while they pretty much transition to Windows 11. Windows 10 users can now continue to use PCs, secure in the knowledge that their PC security is up to date. After October next year, users should upgrade to Windows 11, buy a new Windows 11 PC, or move to Linux. And this is here. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. AMD released 26.6.3 hotfix preview to fix the big Windows 10 bug. Radeon issues AMD software hotfix, which is for Windows 10. Following AMD software 26.6.2 release for Windows 10, gamers quickly uncovered major compatibility issue with Windows 10 PC. The driver apparently failed to launch on Windows 10 PC, preventing PC gamers from accessing driver benefits. AMD now released a hotfix to address this one. AMD recommended using the old AMD software, which was 26.6.1, as a temporary workaround. The driver lacks support for AMD FSR 4.1 upscaler on RDNA 3 graphics card. Now with the new version, 26.6.3 hotfix preview, RDNA 3 can utilize FSR 4.1 on Windows 10 PCs. Windows 11 PCs are not affected, apparently, so that's cool. Many gamers are rightly disappointed that the driver will not work on Windows 10 system. That's given how monumental AMD software 26.6.2 is for RDNA 3 GPU users, so that's kind of horrible. Ooh, that's pretty cool. All right, so we have. All right, here we go. Boom, baby. All right, so the previous version had this. The version of AMD software that you have launched is not compatible with your currently installed AMD graphics driver. Oh, hell no. Oh, bullshit. That's 26.6.2. You can download the hotfix preview here. Here we go. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. GTA 6 reportedly has no disc release planned, and apparently physical media plan reportedly end with code in box release. So Rockstar apparently it confirmed that GTA 6 may not receive a disc release at launch or later. From Hollywood Reporter, the game will still be available in a boxed retail version, but will reportedly include a download code. Rockstar opened pre-orders for GTA 6 this week, confirming standard and ultimate editions for PS5 and Xbox Series XS. The game is scheduled to launch November 19th this year, with preloading expected to begin 1 week earlier. The confusion started after a Rockstar support email told a user that they would be able to acquire a physical copy in the following months. The Hollywood Reporter reported that the email was authentic, but the wording was being misread. So apparently, a source with knowledge of Rockstar's plans confirmed a physical copy reversed to the box version with download code inside. The following month's part reportedly referred to period after the week price and edition announcement, not the months after launch. So this is what it was said. And you can read it. Oh yeah. The same source claimed there are no current plans to print GTA 6 disc either for launch or for later release. The means buyers will have to choose the box version will still need to redeem the included code and download the game from the console storefront. For consoles, it will be the strongest push yet toward digital only, given GTA 6 influence across the gaming market. A code in box release still keeps retailers involved, but it removes the main reason to buy a box coffee. For PCs, it does not change much for now. Rockstar has not announced a desktop version yet. Most modern PCs no longer include DVD drives, let alone Blu-ray drives. A DVD release would be quite foolish for a game of the size, as installation would likely require dozens of discs and take hours. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Alright, so this is a Hollywood Reporter. Not all progress is progress. We have Insider Gaming. Here we go. Oh, and they did the same thing yesterday. Yeah. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello, Benjamin Tucker here. Draugr OS reworks Ubuntu LTS with KDE Plasma for Linux gaming. This is Draugr OS 7.8, now with reworked Ubuntu 26.04 LTS with KDE Plasma into a niche Linux gaming distro. Adds kernel 7.0, Wayland by default, gaming focused tweaks. So, and the codename is Ergo, Draugr OS 7.8. It was released. Latest stable version of the Linux distro for gamers, builds on Ubuntu 26.04 LTS, paired it with KDE Plasma Desktop, shapes experience around gaming. And the distro describes itself as Desktop Linux Gaming OS. provides a platform where gamers can start playing quickly while keeping a secure and stable Ubuntu LTS foundation. Strange. At the same time, developers do not present this distro as an everyday desktop OS. The project only says Draugr OS is not for daily use, noting it does not include common desktop apps like Office Suite or audio or video editing tools. Little strange, but installing them takes just a single command. If you want a polished all-purpose Linux distro, this is not it. But if you like gaming ones, Draugr OS plays in that space. The new OS ships with Linux kernel 7.0, which has day one NT-Sync support as key gaming-related benefit. NT-Sync improves Windows game compatibility. Layers like Wine and Proton, where synchronization performance directly affects gaming behavior and responsiveness. The distro ships with KDE Plasma 6.6, which is 6.6.4, Wayland by default, KDE Framework 6.24, KDE Gear 25.12.3, and Qt 6.10. It is clearly visible in the pre-installed apps, Heroic Games Launcher, Lutris, Proton, UPQT, Steam, and others. Several app level changes as are here. Firefox is now Flatpak. Firefox is now shipped as a Flatpak, which developers present as a way to avoid Ubuntu snap packaging while giving users a browser that updates through Flatpak. The new Draugr OS switched to sudo-rs instead of C-based sudo implementation, although sudo command remains available as a symlink to sudo-rs. Traditional sudo package remains in the repository for those that need it. The installer, Endamame, has been improved. Quick install now able to copy network setting using both Network Manager and NetPlan. NetPlan settings can be carried over from live system to installed system. Other apps are here, including replacing Elisa with Lollipop, adding VLC and FlatSeal, removing Synaptic. Storage requirement is good. Draugr OS lists 32GB as a minimum, roughly half used after installation, which feels heavy for a niche gaming distro, especially when many users want to test it in a virtual machine or on spare hardware. A 256GB NVMe SSD is the recommended storage. However, the project lists 500GB NVMe 4.0 SSD. Draugr OS still feels like a niche project rather than a distro with a strong proven release track record. It's been around for several years. Developers clearly understand the problem of gaming-focused Linux distros disappearing over time. Fair point, but it doesn't make Draugr OS mature or battle-tested. The release cadence appears slow, irregular, and the project warns users that it is not meant for everyday desktop use. So while Draugr OS 7.8 is interesting, it is best viewed as a niche, gaming-focused Ubuntu KDE experiment for enthusiasts, Linux gamers, distro hoppers, and others. So, if you want something like whatever, CachyOS, Nobara, or Basit will remain the safer route. But if you want something specialized, Draugr OS 7.8 Argyle is worth a look. Brings Ubuntu LTS-based KDE Plasma and gaming tools out of the box. You can see there we go. You can see this out of the box. Hell yeah, out of the box. Look at that, out of the box. Oh yeah, out of the box. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, Benjamin Tucky here. Dry! KDE Infinite Whiteboard app for Linux. Brings Excalibur-like Infinite Whiteboard to Linux desktop, built for quick sketches, diagrams, annotations, and visual notes. So, small Linux desktop apps will appear to not try to replace massive professional tools, but focus on doing simple things. Dry is an example. It's a young KDE app built around the idea of an infinite whiteboard, free canvas where users can sketch ideas, create diagrams, take visual notes, add text, insert images, arrange concepts without being limited to a fixed page size. Consider it traditional, less traditional than any other drawing program, more as a visual thinking space. Hey, it's a kind of app that you open to quickly explain an idea, map out workflows, sketch diagram, make handwritten notes without launching heavier design or illustration suites. According to the project page, Drawy is written in Qt /C++ and aims to be native desktop alternative to Excalibur, which is a popular web-based whiteboard tool targeting KDE desktop users that prefer local native apps over browser-based tools. The clean interface with Drawy is freehand drawing rectangles, ellipses, arrows, lines, text, image insertion, selection, panning, zooming, undo, redo, and they can choose their own color palette, export their work as image file, supports pressure-sensitive tablet input, making it more useful for people that draw or annotate with stylus rather than a mouse. The latest 1.0.2 Drawy update focused on improving freehand drawing experience. Hand drawing now feels smoother, more natural. New settings let users adjust pen pressure, line smoothing. The release also fixes an issue where newly drawn lines and shapes can flicker right after being created. And it is available as a Flatpak for x86_64 and ARM64 system. So on Linux distros, you just type this on your terminal, Flatpak install flathub org.kde.drawy. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Sparky Linux 2026.06 refreshes Game Over Multimedia and Rescue Editions. So, and it is based on Debian testing 4key. Something like that. Shortly after Sparky Linux 2026.06, the project updated the special edition with fresh ISO image for Game Over Multimedia Rescue Special Edition. These editions are purpose-built alt variants built around LXQT desktop. Game Over targets gaming, multimedia focuses on audio, video, creative workflows, and Rescue is designed for system recovery and maintenance. They're not separate distro, but ready-made spins with software tailored for specific needs. The new special edition image are based on 4key Debian, include updated packages from both Debian and Sparky testing repositories yesterday. Under the hood, Linux kernel 7.0.12 is default for it. Kernel 7.1.2 is also available from the repository for people that want newer options. And the release brings most of the changes introduced in the original Sparky Linux 2026.06 update. Users get a refreshed base, new app packages, updated installer components. The special editions include slightly new package snapshots such as Firefox 140.12 ESR, Thunderbird 140.12 ESR, Calamari 3.4.3. That's compared with earlier rolling release that I mentioned. Existing Sparky rolling users don't need to reinstall. Keeping the system fully updated is enough to receive latest package. New ISO image are mainly for fresh installation or live session use and is from the project's rolling download page for 64-bit systems. They are 4.8 gigabyte for Game Over, 3.8 gigabyte for multimedia, 1.99 gigabyte for Rescue. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you in the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Windows 11 is finally rethinking the start menu and taskbar. Might win back people that gave up on it. So Microsoft is going to rebalance Windows 11, adds more flexibility to taskbar and start menu, and it's going to be a major change to that. Finally, many people are going to have more control over customization. Microsoft spent the first year of Windows 11 simplifying start menu and taskbar, often at the expense of features that users relied on for years. This year, Microsoft corrected its decision. The operating system has revealed a growing list of improvements that bring more customization and control back to the experience. Taskbar positioning and resizing to start menu layouts and recommendation control. Software Giant is restoring capabilities that many people were complaining about when Windows 11 came out. The company's approach isn't about recreating Windows 10. It's rebuilding the experience around the design principle of Windows 11 while giving users more flexibility than they have today. And let's see what we have. Ho, ho, ho! And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Oh, fuck! Hey, Benjamin Tuckey here. AMD FSR 4.1 performance can be slower than FSR 3.1 on RDNA 3, which is a new test, as the new test found, apparently. While AMD released it as a big rollout and was largely welcome, gamers were not expecting trade-offs. According to a new report from Computer Base, FSR 4.1 consistently offers lower performance. It's on RDNA 3 graphics card, which is bad, despite offering noticeably improved image quality. 9 games were tested across Radeon RX 7900 XTX, RX 7800 XT, RX 7600, while comparing results against newer Radeon RX 9070 XT. The performance penalty isn't isolated to one GPU, appears across AMD's RDNA 3 lineup. On Radeon RX 7900 XTX, FSR 4.1 quality was roughly 11% slower than FSR 3.1. Switching to performance mode, revealed 14.5 performance regression compared to the previous one. RX 7800 XT, RX 7600 followed a similar pattern. FSR 4.1 trailed FSR 3.1 between 7% and 9%, suggesting overhead scale across multiple RDNA 3 products rather than affecting only flagship ones. AMD did explain why. Apparently, RDNA 4 GPUs, those that execute FSR 4.1 using dedicated FP8 AI accelerators, RDNA 3 relies on INT8 version of upscaling model because its hardware lacked native FP8 support. The goal was to preserve visual quality across both architectures, even if older hardware had to sacrifice some performance. And that explains why Radeon RX 9070 XT remained more efficient when running FSR 4.1 despite producing similar native rendering performance to RX 7900 XTX. Support for RDNA 2 graphics card is still planned for next year. AMD already warned that bringing FSR 4.1 to RX 6000 GPUs will be challenging because the cards lack dedicated AI accelerators altogether. Not to forget, AMD recently warned Windows 10 of FSR driver issue, but released a hotfix. And this is from Computer Base in Germany. That'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you in the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. Linux Foundation launches Krites, I don't know, to improve open source vulnerability response. Its members are AWS, that's Amazon, I think, Anthropic, Google, Microsoft, GitHub, Red Hat, NVIDIA, and others that are backing a new effort to coordinate OSS security response. This follows a flood of vulnerabilities discovered in open source projects in recent months. Linux Foundation collabed with leading technology, AI, financial, and cybersecurity companies, launched a Crite, I don't know how you call it, a new program to improve reporting, remediation, and disclosure of critical vulnerabilities in open source software. It's apparently launched as an AI-assisted tool that accelerates vulnerability discovery, which will help defenders identify issues earlier, will lead to an influx of reports, many of which are duplicated, incomplete, uncoordinated, or difficult to verify promptly. So this program is establishing a shared security incident response team and standardized coordinated vulnerability disclosure process for key open source projects. The purpose is to ensure serious issues are dealt with responsibly, resolved upstream, and disclosed in a coordinated manner. Amazon Web Service, Anthropic, ChainGuard, Cisco, Citi, Endor Labs, Ericsson, Google, IBM, JP Morgan Chase, Microsoft, GitHub, NVIDIA, OpenAI, Rapidfort, Red Hat, Rust Foundation, Sonatype, Vodafone, and Zscaler are founding members. The project addresses concern that discovery is outpacing traditional open source response workflow. LLMs and other AI tools enable researchers to scan code, generate reports at scale. However, many FOSS projects are maintained by small teams or individual volunteers who might lack resources to manage a spike in security reports. And this creates a bottleneck in open source security because discovery is only the first step. Next issues must be validated, assessed for severity, fixed, coordinated with vendors, assigned CVEs as needed, disclosed without giving attackers an advantage. A Crite steps in. A Crite steps in, whatever you call it. This is where the program steps in. Intended to serve as a trusted coordination layer, it will apply confidentiality first principle and leverage established industry standard and tools, which is CVE, TLP, DCWE, CFSS, EPSS, SSVC, VEX. The project serves as a maintainer of last resort for critical packages lacking active maintainers, which is significant as abandoned or under-maintained dependencies are continuing challenges in open source supply chains. It's worth noting that the project's launch coincides with growing concern about advanced AI models and cybersecurity. From restrictions on Anthropic's Fable 5 and Mythos 5, it underscores fears that frontier AI can accelerate offensive security activities such as vulnerability discovery and exploit development. The program represents a defensive response. AI accelerates flaw detection. Open source community requires improved coordination to address security flaws before they are exploited. The project's success would depend more on effective collaboration with maintainers than founding members. If it reduces duplicate reports, improve patch coordination, or accelerate upstream fixes, it has the potential to complement existing open source security initiatives such as OpenSSF and Alpha Omega. And only time will tell if that will be the case. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So that'll be it for that'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Benjamin Tucker here. Windows 11 huge July 14th update is loaded with new features. 13 of them matters the most. So it's next month's update that's bigger than expected, bringing a new recovery feature, long requested update control, and many improvements. So here we go. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Benjamin Tucker here. Core Boot 26.06 adds early Intel Nova Lake and AMD Strix Halo support, which are I don't know what they are. There's new main boards, AMD recovery improvements, boot performance work. And this was from the Core Boot project, which is the latest version of the free and open source firmware platform that is to replace proprietary BIOS and UEFI firmware on supported hardware. Intel Nova Lake is supported in the initial level. We have several boot stages: boot block, ROM stage, RAM stage, Intel FSP programming. Update tooling update include Nova Lake support and IFD tool, SPD_tool, and is still in the early works. DDR5 is not yet supported. FSP workaround remains in place while waiting for upstream fixes. It is not Nova Lake ready for everyone, so it will be supported as the first important step. AMD Strix Halo is now supported by Core Boot in its new version. The first board using the code is AMD Maple Reference Mainboard. This is again a work in progress, not intended for use on production hardware. We have initial support for Qualcomm Calypso SoC, building on X1P42100 codebase. It establishes a basis for further development, including ARM, trusted firmware support, PCI, PCIe enhancements, firmware loading improvements, memory layout updates. Google Calypso, Mensa, and C1 NV mainboard are part of the initiative. Core Boot 26.06 adds ROM Armor 2 support, expands AB recovery infrastructure, updates to PSP handling, backup SPI flash support, new recovery partition layout. Boot performance improvements include optimized cache, LCMA decompression, ROM 3 caching on AMD, microcode caching on DRAM, DRAM on Intel, SED STD decompression support in Intel FSP 2.0 driver. Ongoing work continues across Intel, AMD, MediaTek, Qualcomm code paths with enhancements in power management, memory initialization, and platform-specific features. So the most important part is newly supported main boards, which is Framework Laptop 13 with Intel Core Ultra Series 1, Framework Laptop 13 Pro with Intel Core Ultra Series 3, Lenovo ThinkPad X61, X61S, several Starlab subsystems, several Starlab systems, two System 76 model, various Asus ASRock motherboards. So here we go. Yeah. Small platform improvements has FN lock and logo LED control for Lenovo H8 based ThinkPads, new power profile, PCI PCIe power management control for Starlab boards, runtime in-band ECC control for several Intel platforms. And that will be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. KDE Plasma 6.8 enables triple buffering by default for NVIDIA graphics card. The release is scheduled for mid-October. It's taking shape with notable K-Win performance change for NVIDIA users. And KDE Plasma 6.8 is still a few months away for mid-October, but we are seeing in the new release take effect and take a shape. Yes, and take shape. Oh yeah. In the latest batch of updates, K-Win now enables triple buffering for NVIDIA graphics card by default in Plasma 6.8. KDE developer Xavier Hugel confirms that previous bugs have been resolved, which is now good. Smoother rendering is a primary benefit for users. Triple buffering reduces visible stutter when compositor struggles to align frame delivery with the display, which will improve daily desktop performance on NVIDIA systems. The new Plasma release will provide enhancements to Wallpaper Slideshow, which users can create slideshow that do not change automatically and instead switch wallpapers manually, either through the desktop context menu or global keyboard shortcut. Another small addition is that Plasma Virtual Keyboard now includes Esperanto layout, plus Plasma 6.8 will feature redesigned menu editor app with fewer visual frames, resulting in cleaner interface. On the bug fix, KDE has addressed a Plasma 6.8 bug that crashed after ejecting an audio CD from Dolphin or Audex. So you can refer to the This Week in Plasma post series on KDE blogs. The Plasma team is resolving issues after Plasma 6.7 release. Plasma 6.7.1 contained initial fixes, which was released earlier this week, with Plasma 6.7.2 planned for next week. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Cosmic Desktop gets a native System Monitor app, which is Cosmic System Monitor from System 76. A new libcosmic app for tracking processes, CPU, memory, GPU, disk, network usage. This is an expansion continuation by System 76 with another native application aimed at one of the most practical aspects of any desktop, monitoring system activity. System 76 introduced Cosmic System Monitor, new app for Cosmic Desktop that combines process management and hardware resource monitoring in a design that fits well with the rest of the desktop environment. Built with System 76 Rust-based libcosmic toolkit, it follows Cosmic's interface style, including fonts, navigation, color scheme, and layout. Cosmic System Monitor presents it in a clean dashboard containing several information in one place. You can see application, processes, CPU, memory, GPU, disk, and network activity without switching tools or digging through menus. The dashboard shows process table at the top, list running processes with columns for CPU, memory, GPU, GPU VRAM, disk usage, and others. Below, resource cards provide live graphs for CPU, memory, disk, network activity, plus quick access to detailed views. The detail page includes chart top processes using each resources, giving users greater context when diagnosing performance issue. Cosmic System Monitor has the ability or includes the ability to inspect running apps and processes, making it easier to quit or kill something that stopped responding. The new app is now available via Cosmic Store. You can look for Cosmic System Monitor, and it is part of Cosmic Desktop 1.1. And that's going to be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Benjamin Tucky here. Capcom has no plans for Resident Evil 5 and 6 Remake. Following the launch and overwhelming success of Resident Evil Requiem, it was revealed that Capcom may be planning to launch Resident Evil 1, a remake after it released of Resident Evil Code Veronica remake sometime next year. This led to fans asking questions about what other potential Resident Evil games might get modernized treatments. Dusk Golem, the Resident Evil leaker, on the Reset Era forum, Resident Evil 5 and 6 are not on the card. And this was a response to a rumor that Capcom will remake the entire Resident Evil franchise, culminating in the current status quo as of Requiem, and retconning certain aspects of the franchise in the process, as part of some overarching plan. According to Dusk Golem, this is not the case. Capcom has no plans to remake Resident Evil 5 and 6, although the leaker does not rule out the possibility of remakes for the games if Capcom decides to one day acknowledge fan demands for it, with an eventual remake all the way more likely if Resident Evil 1 and Code Veronica perform well. It bears pointing out that Resident Evil 4, a recent remake, launched in 2005. Resident Evil 5 and 6 launched in 2009 and 12 respectively, so it makes sense that they wouldn't necessarily be high on the list of priorities for Capcom to remake just yet. According to Leaker, Capcom's plans, especially for remakes, spans only 5 years into the future, with reassessment and changes to the franchise being addressed every few years if conditions change and require more attention. So you can read the full comments too. And this is Dusk Golem's thing. So let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucky here. Ubisoft Barcelona to strike following latest restructuring, which will lay off 51 developers. So if you're in Barcelona, Spain, employees at Ubisoft Barcelona have announced via Video Game Union Coordinating Committee that they will strike following the announcement that 51 people at the studio will be laid off. It will take place on Tuesday and Thursday afternoon between June 30th and July 16th. And that's 6 strikes over a 3-week period. The strike follows Ubisoft's latest restructuring announcement this month, which will result in 51 people, equals 28% of Ubisoft Barcelona employees being laid off. And the strikes will come with following demands: new continuity mandate, job protection, execution of promotions, reinstatement of WFH, working from home, career development pact, and others. Ubisoft and Ubisoft Belgrade also closed their doors, which 380 employees were affected. Yeah, I don't think you want to contact this person and anonymously if you want to weigh in But if you want to weigh in on the current events or share your story, if you are a current or former employee, yeah. And that'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tuckey here. Video game company Ubisoft shutters Winnipeg studio, affecting 65 employees. And it came after the company said in 2022 that it planned to triple Winnipeg workforce by 2030. That's in my hometown, by the way. So Ubisoft closed the studio in Winnipeg, affecting 65 employees. Company spokesperson Caroline Stomack confirmed the closure in an email on Wednesday, June 10th, 2026. Yeah. Or maybe the Wednesday before June 10th, I don't know. Saying no other studios in Canada were affected. The Winnipeg studio opened in 2019, employing Manitobans while recruiting across Canada and internationally. The closure came after Ubisoft said in 2022 it planned to triple its Winnipeg workforce to 300 employees by 2030, which was by hiring additional programmers. The France-based company is best known for Assassin's Creed series and produced numerous other games such as Brawlhalla, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, Just Dance. Ubisoft announced in January that it had closed its Halifax studio, putting 71 employees out of work. Winnipeg months later followed. In the emailed statement, the Manitoba Business, Mining, Trade and Jobs Creation Minister called the closure concerning. Jamie Moses said the province is reaching out to affected workers with employment support and offered to connect them to training programs. Winnipeg Mayor Scott Gillingham, which Winnipeg is my hometown, called the latest update very difficult news for those that lost their jobs, but the closure was a Ubisoft issue, not a Winnipeg issue. Ubisoft has been restructuring globally for several years, closing studios and laying off thousands of employees across multiple countries, but he is confident in Winnipeg's economy. So what do you think about this? If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tuckey here. Northwestern Manitoba town of Lynn Lake evacuated due to wildfire. Residents of a town in northwestern Manitoba, that's my home province in Canada, have been ordered to leave due to wildfire. Lynn Lake, a gold mining community located 1,000 kilometers from Winnipeg, says on social media many of its residents have safely left, and those remaining will be airlifted over the weekend. The town posted a mandatory evacuation order on social media Saturday morning, which was this morning. The order says residents must leave due to a rapidly advancing wildfire and the imminent threat it poses to the community. The Manitoba government's website showed a wildfire near Lynn Lake was burning out of control across 16 square kilometers. Lynn Lake was evacuated twice last year in the spring and summer due to wildfires. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tuckey here. After more than 150 years, RCMP musical ride is still a living symbol of Canada. And it's old as Canada itself. RCMP Chief Instructor Sergeant Derek Quilly spoke at the RCMP stable east of downtown Ottawa last week, said the show is living, breathing symbol of Canada. Special sunset ceremonies being performed in Ottawa this week. Ahead of Canada Day are sweet slice of pure Canadiana. The musical ride performs across Canada, traveling to each province every 4 years. Every year, thousands of people gather to watch the musical ride in the nation's capital. The musical ride dates back to 1870s, when off-duty Mounties would compete with each other by performing tricks on horseback. The RCMP website says some of those equestrian feats and exercises were performed in Fort Macleod, Alberta in 1876, which was believed to be the first public performance of what became the musical ride. Today, the performance has 32 riders, RCMP members, and Black Hanoverian horses bred in Pakenham, Ontario. Ooh. While the show serves to support RCMP recruiting efforts and build positive relations with the public, the musical ride is an internationally recognized symbol of Canada. Quilly, who's been involved with the musical ride for 12 years almost, said it takes months to prepare for the show. Starting in February, members and horses assemble for about 3 hours a day to practice for the coming season. And February is a cold month, so contrary to legend, most Mounties never get near a horse. Quilly said officers taking part in the event spend about 8 to 10 months just learning how to ride. The musical ride tours widely and is fantastic for presenting Canada to the world. Been a big representation to Canada in Canadian pride and in Canada's National Police Force and the Canadian flag. It'll bring goosebumps to people and it's very special. Quilly's done it 100 times, still gives me that butterfly feeling. The show hasn't changed much over 100 years. The troupe performs to a mix of old and new Canadian music. In Ottawa this year, the show includes a moment of silence to remember police officers who died on the line of duty, including a Montreal police officer killed in the city last week. Corporal Amrit Gill, an instructor who was part of the musical ride since 2019, said the horses are amazing and he loves meeting people across Canada and representing the country. The importance is history, keeping up tradition, and the proud symbol of Canada. We've spent a lot of time with horses. They're members of RCMP, each have a regimental number, part of the team. Constable Keelan Kikwasny, what? Another musical ride instructor, said the show in Ottawa bring people together. Every night there's always thousands of people. Great for people to discover us. Every year there's people he's seen many, many times, or she's seen many, many times, and they still come back. That'd be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Winnipeg Police, which is my hometown, increasing presence in areas facing more drug use. Winnipeg Police say are dealing with increased amount of drug use, drug trafficking in public locations. Police say they've seen increase of public complaints and concerns regarding public safety. Gene Bowers said, we need to do something for them, for the community, and yeah, really, in the grand scheme of things, this is one small step. Police say they're working to target those that are profiting from addiction. But we also know enforcement alone is not the solution. So despite the efforts, drugs continue to reach the streets. Impacts are visible. Open drug use is occurring in public spaces. It's not something the community should have to accept. It affects safety, public health, and quality of life. And Winnipeg Police responded by increasing presence to most affected neighborhoods based on crime data, mapping, and emerging trend. They've started to increase presence, had 100 interactions with people using drugs, 25 people arrested, 3 people taken to protective care center. The reports that Brian Milne, WPS superintendent, is hearing from 2 days is some story coming back from frontline officers as to how widespread the issue is, as well as service underestimated how problematic it is. Yeah, of course, we can't run something this focused, the dedicated on day-to-day basis. However, we are sending the message, and that's part of the goal of the initiative. Open drug use is not going to be tolerated. 12 officers have been assigned for the 10-day period, after which they'll evaluate the situation and decide on next step, whether more initiatives like this are needed. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Google reworks Gemini AI coding team amid competition with Anthropic. And this was Google's recent reshuffle within their AI coding team it created 2 months ago, signaling that Google wants to strengthen Gemini's programming capabilities to compete with Anthropic. The information apparently reported it. So Google DeepMind has expanded responsibility of internal AI coding strike team to include technique known as mid-training. The team was originally assembled to improve Gemini's performance on complex, long-running software engineering tasks, but now will also work on improving underlying models before they reach their final training stage. Mid-training is intermediate that takes place after large language model completes their initial broad training before instruction tuning and task-specific optimization. Instead of focusing on prompts, interface, post-training refinements, developers can expose a model to carefully select a dataset that will strengthen specific capabilities before models are finalized. Coding-focused AI system. One approach can lead to more fundamental improvements in reasoning and software development tasks, which the above is that example. Previous AI research has suggested that mid-training can significantly boost performance in areas such as programming and mathematics, which will make it an attractive option for companies trying to improve model quality without dramatically increasing training costs. The move suggests Google wants Gemini coding ability to improve at the model level, rather than just rely on external tools and prompt engineering. DeepMind researchers believed Anthropic AI coding tool moved ahead of Google. Google's internal reorganization reflects the pressure to close the gap on one of the fastest growing segments of generative AI. Google has not announced whether the reorganized team will produce new Gemini models or launch separate developer-focused projects. The company has not disclosed the size of the team, performance target of the team, timeline for when the results of the new strategy might appear in public releases. The restructuring appears to represent an internal effort to strengthen Gemini's competitiveness as AI company continue racing to build capable coding assistants. The broader AI landscape continues to move quickly. Alibaba attempted to distill capabilities from Anthropic's Claude model. Anthropic introduced Claude Tag for Slack. Mythos 5 AI reportedly faced restriction following a warning from Amazon. And this was from Neowin. And this will be the video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Benjamin Tucker here. Notion shuts down Notion Mail after over a year to focus on AI agents. And this is a company called Notion shutting down their mail service on September 22nd, bringing an end to AI-powered email client little more than a year after its public launch. Notion said it is shifting its strategy towards AI agents that manage email automatically instead of maintaining a standalone inbox. Unlike traditional email services, Notion Mail was a small interface for existing Gmail accounts rather than replacing Gmail. Users can organize messages with AI-powered auto-labeling, schedule meetings, customize how their inbox appeared. User behavior changed significantly since the product launched. More than half of Notion Mail users rely on Notion AI Agent to handle email tasks without ever opening the inbox itself. The shift convinced the company to invest in automation instead of maintaining dedicated email apps. So Gmail messages will remain untouched. Users have to export content that exists inside Notion Mail before September 22nd. The export process became available on June 25th through the web interface and covers snippets, custom auto-label, instructions, email drafts, and scheduled drafts. The export window remains open until September 21st. On September 22nd, Notion will remove any remaining Notion Mail data, including unsaved local assets such as files attached to snippets. Existing database synchronization and mail blocks inside a Notion workspace will stay after the shutdown, but they will no longer receive new emails once the service is discontinued. Notion is also warning organizations operating in regulated industries not to wait until September. Companies using Notion Mail within HIPAA covered environments should migrate away from the platform by June 30th to avoid compliance issues. The company recommends transitioning workflow early to ensure uninterrupted compliance and to avoid relying on product approaching the end of service. Google announced unverified Google accounts will be limited to 5 gigabytes of storage. Microsoft adds Google account sign-in support to Microsoft Edge, making it easier to users to synchronize browser data across services. That is the greatest video of them all. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Benjamin Tucky here. AMD Ryzen 7 5800X3D 10th Anniversary Edition arrives in the US, and this is only for the US. Although getting one may not be as straightforward as expected, the special edition processor has appeared on Newegg, only as part of hardware bundles rather than a standalone purchase. Video Cards spotted it, confirms that AMD commemorative version of the popular AM4 gaming CPU is available in the US, but availability appears to be limited in Europe, where several German retailers are selling it. Newegg listed the Ryzen 7 5800X3D 10th Anniversary Edition with $349 price. That's right, $349 price. Customers cannot buy the processor itself. Newegg only offers it bundled with other compatible hardware. The model number is 100-100000065-1POF. P0F, identifying it as the new anniversary, SKU. The processor is difficult to find in the US. Buyers in Germany appear to have a much easier time. Multiple retailers stocking it up. The 10th Anniversary Edition does not introduce any performance upgrades over the original version, retaining the same specification, which is 8 Zen 3 CPU core, 16 threads, 3.4 GHz base clock, 4.5 GHz boost clock, 96 megabytes of L3 cache using AMD 3D V-Cache technology, 105 WTDP. The original model doesn't include integrated graphics, so dedicated graphics card is required. AMD continues to ship the processor without a bundled CPU cooler. Although the hardware specification remained unchanged, AMD updated the package content. The new edition includes carbide ice pad thermal interface material, giving buyers additional cooling accessory that was not included with the original release. AMD had to re-engineer the processor for newer 3D V-Cache stacking because the original manufacturing method is not available. In related news, AMD warned users about FSR driver issues affecting Windows 10. Separate testing suggested that the upcoming FSR 4.1 release could perform slower on some RDNA 3 graphics card in certain workloads. Oh, damn. Well, that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you all in the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucky here. New Power Toy update. Fix performance monitor bugs, memory leaks, and it is a small batch of fixes that improved the recently introduced command palette dock. So this is Power Toy 0.100.2 that followed version 0.100.1 as Microsoft continues refining features introduced in the 0.100 series. The latest release improves performance monitor dock extension, resolved 2 issues that affected accuracy and stability, and also made internal optimization to reduce unnecessary resource usage during metric updates. Microsoft fixed a bug that caused performance monitor dock to display incorrect value. Users relying on the dock to monitor system activity should now see accurate performance metrics. The update addressed memory leak and performance monitor dock extension, which Microsoft explained the issues stem from extension repeatedly creating new list items for network upload and download statistics every time the displayed metrics refreshed. The company changed the implementation to reuse stable network upload and download banned items instead of generating new ones on each refresh. This should improve memory usage during extended sessions. Microsoft reverted an earlier change that forced performance monitor dock to refresh all items whenever any monitored metric updated. Adjustments should further reduce unnecessary processing while keeping displayed aid information current. Version 0.100.2 is strictly a bug fix. Microsoft is working on new functionality for future updates. One of the updates is a Alt Windows Cycle, a utility designed to make switching between multiple windows from the same application easy. Microsoft has not announced it yet and when it will become available, but it is expected to arrive in a future PowerToy release as development continues. That's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you all in the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucky here. 2 boys pulled from Venezuela earthquake rubble among 33 people rescued over the weekend. So more stories of miraculous rescue have emerged from Venezuela days after 2 powerful earthquakes struck the country. Interim President Delcy Rodriguez said 33 people had been pulled from debris alive over the weekend. 2 11-year-old boys were one of them, separately from a collapsed building within hours of each other on Sunday. However, with tens of thousands of people still missing, hopes of finding more survivors are fading by the hours. The first 48 to 72 hours, aid agencies say, after a disaster, are crucial for finding people alive. Relatives of missing are facing a 5th night waiting for news of their loved one. At least 1,450 people have been killed in what the interim president said was the most brutal natural catastrophe in Venezuela's history. 7.2 and 7.5 quakes struck on Wednesday within the capital, most of Venezuela, within 39 seconds, caused almost 800 buildings to collapse, leaving many people trapped inside. Desperate families have been digging through the debris, some by hand, trying to find their loved ones. Some have told the BBC that they can hear people under the rubble, but cannot move under heavy slabs of concrete, and are waiting anxiously for heavy machinery. Through this crucial 72-hour window had passed, or though the crucial 72-hour window had passed, rescuers had not given up on Sunday. People could still be found alive, especially if they had access to food and water. UN resident coordinator Gianluca Rampolla told BBC experts think it is still possible to find people alive, but time is running short. Rodriguez had been sharing optimistic messages on social media, including videos of rescues from over the weekend, including video footage of an 11-year-old boy, Moises, being pulled from twisted debris, his eyes covered to protect them from the sun. Colombia's National Unit for Disaster Risk Management said Moises was buried under 3-meter, 9.8 feet of debris, and rescue teams spent 6 hours conducting high-precision work on Saturday to reach him. Reuters reported that rescuers were overheard on walkie-talkie saying the young boy was found near his sister and mother who had died. Rodriguez posted a video on X, purportedly showing the rescue of a second 11-year-old boy in the town of Carabaleda. In these hours, every life is hope for Venezuela. Also in that town, one of the hardest hit areas, French and American teams rescued a father and his teenage son from under the rubble on Sunday, AFP reported. Frustration was growing, with some saying the government's response was too slow and inefficient. A firefighter working in Carabaleta told BBC there are dozens of buildings yet to be searched. There aren't enough hands, and it is very, very likely that there are still people trapped. In Queixa, La Mar, La Guara, one of the worst affected areas, people were working with their bare hands to search collapsed multi-story apartment blocks. Wilbur, one man, looked exhausted, cried as he told BBC he had lost 8 of his relatives. 5 of them were still entombed in their homes. He said that far from being a help, the state was actually a hindrance. The government decided to close the streets, adding it was making it harder to bring help. We waited from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. to get special permission to come here. We wasted hours. Rescuers' efforts have been hampered by aftershocks, which are in turn terrifying residents. To be honest, it makes you feel kinda nervous. Any little noise, horrible. Jesus Anduesa, 64-year-old bus driver, told BBC Mundo. Thousands of people are living in their cars or camping in places like airports and golf courses away from buildings that could collapse. The golf course in Carabaleta became an epicenter for the emergency response. The green lawn, which used to be perfectly manicured, now a makeshift hospital and donation center, where residents that have lost everything are sifting through piles of donated clothing and boxes of humanitarian aid. In the area surrounding the golf course, in the streets, cracked and covered in rubble, marked by dust and silence, interrupted only by heavy machinery and those searching among the remains. Milagro Gonzalez, who lived in Caribe, told BBC Mundo that her building was one of the few that didn't collapse. She fled as soon as she could take refuge at the golf course. She left with her 2 young daughters and her 2 elderly relatives. Thank God they got out alive. The building can't be lived in, but we're alive, which is what matters. Rodriguez said that Jose Maria Vargas Sports Complex in La Guara was also serving as an emergency response center. Pointing out that armed forces were sorting clothes, medicine, and food, Rodriguez said that everything is functioning as well as possible during the terrible moments, terrible hours, and people are enduring. Let them know that no one is here alone. Not a single family or individual need to feel alone. The people and the state are here. Social protection system is here. International solidarity is here. International rescue teams from Mexico, Spain, Qatar, US, and UK have arrived to reinforce the search efforts. UN's Tom Fletcher said that 39 search and rescue teams have been deployed from all over the world, which is 50 to 100 people. 2,000 people surging in, 111 dogs, medical teams as well. We go in with micro drones, call them cockroach drones, help us find people in the building. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tuckett here. Yeah, that's right, Benjamin Tuckett is here. Windows 11 26H1 experimental build brings mobile device enhancements, Giphy GIFs. And this was Microsoft's recent release. Codenamed or preview build 28.120.2374 for users that are enrolled in the 26H1 experimental channel. Well, while the build is exclusive to the channel itself, same changes were rolled out to beta 26H1 testers apparently. The same changes were a handful of quality improvements, bug fixes, feature enhancements, and these features were and are being introduced gradually, so they may not appear on every eligible device immediately. So we have mobile device experience, and as Microsoft continued expanding the integration between Windows PC and smartphone to mobile devices page. So in this version, we have add and manage supported mobile devices, configure your phone to work as connected camera, control access to a mobile device file from File Explorer. And this is a continued change that Microsoft has made efforts to make Windows and mobile devices work together more seamlessly without additional application requirements. We have remote recovery management support, which now extends Windows Recovery Environment as a plugin for mobile device management. And the addition should give IT administrators more flexibility when managing recovery features across every enterprise managed Windows devices. Emoji panel now uses Giphy for GIFs. When you press Windows key plus period, GIF section now pulls content from Giphy instead of Tenor. This was a switch that provides smoother GIF browsing and sharing experience. Change follows the deprecation of Tenor API, requires Windows to move to different GIF provider. So Microsoft seems to be rolling out several new features, which means not every insider will receive all changes immediately after installing the update, and it follows several other insider updates announced by Microsoft, following another experimental preview to introduce the ability to change Windows 11 taskbar sizes, alongside Windows 11 beta build 26220.8754, which includes additional fixes and improvements for inside testers. Users enrolled in experimental 26H1 channel can install 28.120.2374 through Windows Update by checking latest insider preview updates. But since I'm not on it, I'm going to check my update. And that'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you all in the next video. Hello! Benjamin Tucky here. Microsoft pushed Copilot prompt into Edge while pages load. Edge is now testing contextual suggestion into Canary versions based on the page you're visiting. Then switches back to normal Copilot entry point once loading finishes. So Microsoft seems to be testing another way to put Copilot in front of Edge users via Edge Canary. And the browser shows contextual prompts in address bar while pages are still loading, which temporarily replace usual Copilot buttons. Microsoft spent a lot of time pushing Copilot into Edge through sidebars, page summaries, settings, and other browser points. The aim was to make Copilot feel less like an extra feature, more part of a browser itself. So Microsoft seems to be taking that step further. Edge Canary, as spotted by Windows Report, the address bar can show site-specific Copilot suggestions while a page loads. Edge Canary showed prompts like explore Windows tutorials, check Windows troubleshooting guides, and even on Chrome sites itself, it displayed suggestions like compare Chrome security feature and explore Chrome performance tips, while CNET displayed something like explore latest tech reviews and find practical how-to guides. Clicking one of them opens Copilot in the sidebar with a query related to the current page. Once the page finishes loading, prompts disappear, regular Copilot entry point returns, but clicking the Copilot button brings back the same suggestions. The behavior seems to make Edge smarter about context, also makes Edge measurably more aggressive about Copilot adoption. So Microsoft seems to be using page context to make prompts feel useful and timely, while turning page load time into another chance to catch user attention. It is still unclear whether Microsoft will expand the test to more Edge users, but the experiment shows Microsoft is still looking for new ways to fold Copilot into daily browsing without making it feel completely separate from the page. Microsoft is switching to 2-week release cycle, removed drop file sharing feature, and it's testing a fix an issue feature for troubleshooting Edge problems and getting Google account sign-in support. And that will be for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If you have anything for me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Bitchvid Tucky here. Microsoft brings MAI Code 1 Flash to GitHub Copilot Business and Enterprise. So, if you have Copilot, GitHub Copilot Business, GitHub Copilot Enterprise, MAI Code 1 Flash coding model is now available. Oh, and that's Microsoft's broader recent expansion of MAI AI model lineup. Organizations can now gain access to Microsoft's lightweight first-party coding model instead of anything else that manages Copilot plans, offers faster and more cost-efficient option for everyday development tasks. The rollout closes one of the remaining gaps in the model's availability. While MAI Code 1 Flash reached most GitHub Copilot experiences, which has CLI, Cloud Agent, GitHub.com Chat, GitHub Mobile, Visual Studio, JetBrains IDEs, Eclipse, Xcode, Managed Business and Enterprise customers were waiting for support. Organizations will not see the model automatically enabled. Business and enterprise administrators have to turn it on in GitHub Copilot settings before developers can use it. Once enabled, developers can select the model for supported Copilot experience as part of their organization's managed deployment. Microsoft introduced the Code Flash on June 2nd as part of the internally developed MAI family of AI model. Rather than competing with larger models, MAI Code 1 Flash focused on delivering quick response to common coding workflow. The model is well suited for fast code completion, general purpose coding task, code explanation, writing repetitive code, high volume developer workflow, according to GitHub. The emphasis is responsiveness, lower operating costs instead of maximum reasoning capability. The code achieved 51.2% score on SWE Bench Pro during testing. Microsoft claimed the model is 60% fewer tokens that is required on SWE Bench Verified compared to other approaches, which lowers inference costs for organizations that use GitHub Copilot under usage-based billing. The benchmark figure came from Microsoft rather than independent evaluators, so they should be viewed as vendor-reported results. GitHub bills the code, which is 0.75 per million, 0.075 per million, $4.50 per million. Smaller models like MAI Code 1 Flash GitHub organizations reduce costs for repetitive coding and AI agent workflows. The model is optimized for speed. Microsoft did not position it as the best option for every scenario. Large repositories, complex multi-file changes, advanced debugging, security-sensitive code reviews may still benefit from larger AI models with stronger reasoning capability and broader context window. For day-to-day development tasks, MAI Code 1 Flash offers balance between performance, speed, and efficiency that could make it an attractive default choice for enterprise users. Microsoft's expansion of MAI Code Flash as to GitHub Copilot Business and Enterprise also came as a competition in the AI coding assistant market that will intensify more. OpenAI announced GPT 5.6 model family, introduced another generation of AI models aimed at coding, reasoning, and enterprise workloads. That would be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Benjamin Tucky here. Windows 11 Future Platform Preview adds screen tint and smarter updates. This is Windows Insider Experimental Feature Platform Preview Build 29617.1000. This brings a wide range of new features and improvements for testers. The update focused on reducing monthly restarts, expands accessibility options, improves system reliability, refined several Windows settings, and is also part of a separate part because Microsoft released new Windows 11.26H1 experimental beta builds, giving insider users multiple previews to test. So the current version, or the new version, in which is build 29617.1000, has a new unified Windows update experience. Instead of installing different types of Windows updates separately, Windows will now coordinate driver.net firmware multi-quality updates into single update cycles. The change should significantly reduce the number of restarts users experience each month by allowing most updates to complete with a single restart. And this is being rolled out gradually, so not all inside users will receive it immediately. Windows Magnifier is receiving several usability improvements. Users can enter exact zoom percentage directly from Magnifier toolbar instead of relying on zoom control. Microsoft has added several preset zoom levels to make changing magnification faster. The changes should make Magnifier easier to use for people that require consistent zoom levels throughout the day. Microsoft introduced Screen Tint, new accessibility feature designed to reduce overall screen intensity by applying color overlay across the entire display. Like blue screen, probably. The feature targets users that experience eye fatigue or light sensitivity during extended computer use. Screen Tint includes 6 preset colors, custom color picker, adjustable strength slider. Microsoft explained that Screen Tint served a different purpose. The Nightlight. Oh, that's what I probably had. A Nightlight app. While Nightlight reduced blue light by making display warmer, Screen Tint lowers overall screen intensity. Both features can be enabled simultaneously. Screen Tint and Color Filter cannot run together. Enabling one automatically disables the other. Voice access now supports Portuguese, Portuguese Brazil, and Korean languages. The expansion allows more users to control Windows with voice command in their native language. Microsoft continues moving legacy audio options in Modern Settings app, which has clear description text for allow option in audio device properties, direct access to listen to this device from audio device properties without requiring users to open classic control panel. So these changes simplify audio configuration while continuing Microsoft's effort to retire older control panel pages. The current build, or the recent build, includes reliability fixes, including File Explorer now being more reliable when switching between multiple virtual desktops, and Microsoft updating storage management, which allows users to specify depth drive sizes in gigabytes instead of megabytes. You can go to Settings, System, Storage. Other improvements are more accurate automatic accent color selection based on wallpaper, better wallpaper persistence after restart and Windows upgrades, improved support for high resolution wallpaper, fewer instances where Windows fall back to solid color desktop background, better reliability when applying, and preserving display color profile. So, alongside that, the preview build, Microsoft released new Windows 11 26H1 experimental and beta builds, which have additional improvement for mobile device settings, Windows Update, recovery management, and other features being tested before wider availability. And Microsoft is the one rolling out many new features, meaning some users will receive them later than others. That's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tuckett is back. Chrome Beta now lets people summarize PDFs with Gemini. It opens Gemini in the side panel, helps users review long documents without leaving the browser. Google is now rolling out new Summarize button for PDFs in Chrome Beta that has Gemini handling summaries inside Chrome's built-in PDF viewer. The button opens Gemini in the side panel, sends the current PDF over for analysis. Gemini generates a summary, lets you ask follow-up questions without leaving browser. Gemini has supported PDF analysis for some time in Google Drive, where people can upload documents, ask questions about the content. Google is now bringing that experience to Chrome so users can summarize PDFs without uploading separate files. Windows report spotted Google testing this in Chrome Canary back in February. The feature is now seeming to make its way into beta. The Summarize button appeared in a dedicated spot on Chrome's PDF toolbar, making it easy for Gemini to open without leaving the document. Clicking it opens Gemini's sidebar with a summary request. An answer appears within seconds. It makes the feature generally useful for anyone working through long reports, white papers, manuals, etc. Instead of downloading PDF or opening Gemini separately, you could just click once, get the summary right there in Chrome. Google was adding Gemini to more parts of Chrome for a while now, and this is another step up in the push. With page analysis, contextual help, PDF summaries, Gemini in Chrome is becoming more useful AI assistant for reading and research inside the browser. This is still in Chrome beta, so availability depends on account region or Gemini in Chrome settings. If it's available, the workflow is simple. Open a PDF, hit summarize, let Gemini handle the first pass. If you don't see it in Chrome beta, want to try it sooner, you can enable the PDF summarization flag in Chrome's experimental feature and restart Chrome. The feature was available out of the box, so you don't need to toggle any flags. Thanks. PDF summaries are one of several features currently in development for Chrome. Google is testing Gemini shortcut for selected text, alongside security improvements such as session encryption, process isolation on Windows, and so forth. That will be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Benjamin Tucky here. Windows 11 Secure Boot update released on June 24th, ahead of expiry. So Microsoft pushed Secure Boot 2023 certificate update to all eligible Windows 11 and Windows 10 PCs hours before expiration deadline hit, which was on June 24th this year. Microsoft confirmed the wider rollout, which is good with quality updates, including additional high confidence device targeting data, increasing coverage of devices eligible to automatically receive new Secure Boot certificates, devices that receive it only after demonstrating sufficient successful update signals, maintaining controlled phase rollouts. If your PC received it, the Secure Boot 2023 certificates have landed on your device without doing anything, and you can check to see if it shows a warning. Secure Boot is a firmware level security feature that ran before Windows even starts loading. Verifies digital signature of every boot component, blocked rootkits and bootkits from inserting themselves into startup chain. Certificates that back the system were issued in 2011, and this was Microsoft Corporation KEKCA 2011 that expired on June 24th, followed by Microsoft's UEFI-CA 2011 on June 27th, and Microsoft Windows Production PCA 2011 on October 19th this year. So this is one of them. So these are here. Oh, hell yeah. To keep Secure Boot functioning for future security updates, it's after the dates, Microsoft rolled out replacement 2023 certificates to Windows updates since 2024. The update recently significantly expanded pool of eligible devices, moved vast majority of supported PCs into what Microsoft called high confidence category, where the update can be applied automatically and safely. We all know how to check for this stuff. If you have the green, If you have yellow, a yellow warning means that the update is pending. Device may need more compatibility data, may need a BIOS update from your PC manufacturer before the certificate can be installed, so Microsoft seems to be pushing it automatically. And if it's red, it appears you have a device that can no longer receive required updates for it. You have to check your PC manufacturer support page for a BIOS update. If you have HP, Hewlett Packard PCs, a faulty BIOS update from HP cost BitLocker recovery loop, so you have to check for a correct BIOS version rather than just assume that the most recent one was safe. If the secure boot is missing from device security, your PC most likely has it disabled or was installed using registry bypass on unsupported hardware. There's a page that covered it. If a more traditional way to check it is better, press win.r, type msinfo32, hit enter, look for secure boot state line under system summary. For registry or PowerShell level audit, there was an article. If your PC did not receive it, Microsoft said that device without 2023 certificates will continue to boot normally, receive regular updates. What stops is the ability to receive future boot level security updates, including revocations for discovered malicious bootloaders and fixes for vulnerabilities like Black Lotus Bootkit. The security degradation is gradual, not immediate. For people that have modern hardware, the update arrived automatically and there's nothing to do. If your PC shows yellow, it's enough to wait for the next Windows update. Microsoft expands device coverage with each monthly update. If you're thinking about secure boot on older PC where manufacturers have stopped pushing BIOS update, that's rather slim. Secure boot 2023 updates have been failing on some PCs because of firmware incompatibilities, and for devices, there will not be straightforward fixes. The priority of the users is to check whether a BIOS update exists before any manual intervention is attempted. Some users noted PCs were starting 2 or 3 times after Windows updates and assumed something went wrong. Microsoft confirmed this expected behavior because of the secure boot process. Writing new certificates to the firmware and applying updated boot manager, then booting Windows with new chain requires separate reboots. If your PC restored more than once, it was working correctly. Around the time of last month's update, apparently a new folder called Secure Boot arrived and were concerned. People thought it was malware. Microsoft confirmed it is not a bug and you should not delete it. Windows uses the folder to stage cryptographic certificate files before writing them to the firmware. Windows 10 got it apparently, so which is now getting the bigger one. Windows 10 received a new 1 year of extension. Windows 10 got Secure Boot Update, which is proof enough on how important a change this is. Users 10 enrolled in the extended security update started getting Secure Boot status reporting from last month's update, which was KB 5087544, and was identical across both operating systems. If you are on Windows 10 and are no longer receiving updates because you're not in the ESU program, the certificate update will not arrive through it. Of course, enrolling in ESU means you'll have to move from local account to a Microsoft account on your Windows 10 PC. Windows 11 users should also know that Windows latest tested and covered everything new in this month's update, which was the one that brought wildest yet rollout of secure boot certificates. The June 24 expiration of Microsoft Corporation KEKCA 2011 meant Microsoft loses the ability to sign new secure boot revocation payload, which is DBX updates, with the old key. All existing signed payloads and manual rollout methods continue working. DB key does not expire until October 19th, so Microsoft can still sign new boot managers until then. Microsoft did hold 2 detailed AMA sessions with engineers for IT administrators covering device confidence buckets into monitoring PXE boot scenarios and competes with virtual machines. For enterprise fleet management, aka.ms/get secure boot remains a central resource. For devices that have temporarily paused bucket, path forward is a BIOS update from OEM. Forcing update through registry keys on paused devices without a firmware update is not recommended and may trigger either boot failure or BitLocker recovery. And that will be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Here we go. Oh, what the hell? God, it's taking a long time. Alright, whatever. Let's see what we got. No. Okay. Okay, yeah, I have secure boot. Right on. Nice. See you all in the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. MSI Claw 8 EX AI Plus Review Roundup. Unmatched power, unhinged price. So, apparently MSI's third generation gaming handheld, Claw 8 EX AI Plus, announced earlier this month at Computex 2026 in Taipei. Early reviews looked excellent. One unsurprising concern remained. Performance is thankfully not an issue. Intel must be thrilled to see the unanimous love the Intel Arc G3 Extreme in the handheld has garnered. While Intel partnership appeared to be holding MSI back with the early Claw that people got to handle at CES 2024, MSI stuck with Intel because all signs point to it being the most powerful handheld gaming PC available. Now the pricing would be the big concern. Yeah, you won. $1,799, $1,799 US, but don't know about outside US pricing. And that's far from the bargain alternative to a Windows gaming laptop that we enjoyed, or Windows latest enjoyed, when gaming handhelds first debuted a few years ago. Pricing is a universal issue in the computing world that won't go away soon, so can't hold that against MSI. Early reviews have to say about the MSI Claw 8 EX AI Plus, and to see if it's worth picking up. Intel Arc G3 Extreme is a literal game changer. So apparently it flips the trend. That's cool. Most power people have seen from gaming handhelds, so that's pretty good. It saw frame rate increase of 50 to 75% when compared to Asus ROG Xbox Ally X, Lenovo Legion Go 2, Shaquin Thomas at IGN. Okay, that's Matthew Buzzy at PC Mac. Sam Rutherford for Engadget. Shaquin Thomas at IGN pointed out 12-core Arc B390 GPU allows handheld to easily top 60 FPS in demanding games at native 1200p resolution. And concluding that if all you care about is getting best handheld performance at any cost, it's hard to argue with the Arc G3 Extreme result. So the victory lap is certainly well earned. It doesn't come cheap at $1,799. It is one of the most expensive gaming handhelds around. Noticeably, it's still undercutting the top-tier Lenovo Legion Go 2, which jumped from $1,349 to $1,999 back in April. Jason England of Tom's Guide explained that Ramageddon has sent prices spiraling out of control, admitting that he's conflicted with the handheld being good, but also expensive. Daniel Rubino from Windows Central agreed, stating that the machine arrived at painfully complicated time for component costs, pushing it firmly in ultra-premium territory. Adding insult to injury for some, hardware trade-offs are here. Lack of an OLED screen, in which was noted by Brandon Hill from Tom's Hardware. We can't argue with the performance of the Claw 8 EXAI Plus, but $1,799 is quite the stretch when it doesn't even include OLED display. It is now the handheld console is a large device with unusual protrusion at the bottom that houses 8-inch screen. However, once they got to handle it, reviewers found it surprisingly comfortable and heavily praised its grips. Its chassis was massive love letter to Xbox fans. Beautifully sloped, flared grip design that heavily mimics curvature of artificial or official Xbox controller, but it's nimble in the hands. The subtly textured grips that vaguely ape the size and shape of those in the Xbox Series X SX controller. However, it is noted that despite the awkward visual of the screen protruding from the bottom, the contours fit in my average size hands almost perfectly, or into any average size hands. Windows 11 handhelds often suffer from clunky software. MSI wisely adopted Xbox full screen experience, which boots users directly into a console-like interface. Andreas Osthoff of Notebook Check praised MSI's new quick setting menu integrated directly into Xbox Game Bar, noting it offered important settings at the touch of one screen button. However, experience isn't entirely seamless. And it's not seamless at all. Fiddly MSI software problems. I was brought up the MSI Center M software by accident during gameplay, failed to refocus the game window properly when dismissed. Even people noticed that if you prefer buying games on Steam, it often feels like you are juggling 3 different launchers just to get your games. The MSI Claw 8 EX AI Plus is a triumph for Intel's new chipset. Another win for Panther Lake family of processors. While people enjoyed several Windows gaming handhelds already, this appears to truly achieve the dream of high fidelity, high frame rate gaming PC on the go. And if you want the fastest handheld on the market and have the cash to burn, this device is to get. $1,799 asking price makes it a tough sell. So it'll be a good thing to resist. So let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. Fresh strawberries were a summer luxury. When did they become all-season toddler snack? Parents say they have to stretch the budget to keep their kids in berries. So there was a time not so long ago when apples were preferred daily fruit. Oranges were treats, strawberries were summer delicacy, blackberries were perfectly lure, or practically lure of it. A time when the thought of packing an entire plant of fresh raspberries in your 6-year-old school lunch in the middle of February wasn't just laughable, but feasible. No more, apparently. Don't have a kid without a healthy berry budget? Toddler moms, how are y'all affording berries? My son had a whole $20 worth of berries. Why my kids will never have a trust fund. Okay, that's a common refrain among parents, hence that seem to have done this over the past years. There are memes about berry budget, jokes about taking out second mortgage to pay berry tax, stories about parents saying they're going broke on berries. Funny, yeah. Berry boom also represents so many cultural shifts that it's hard to identify all of them. Which Daniel Bender, the Canada Research Chair in Food and Culture and a professor of food studies at the University of Toronto, explained. Over the past 20 to 30 years, combination of new packaging technology alongside the North American Free Trade Agreement, new breeds of berries designed to withstand transit times, changes in personal taste, all contributed to berries shift from seasonal treat to a year-round snack. But even beyond carbon footprint of human labor, or even human labor related issues, trend comes with significant cost, taste, and overall relationship with food. Breeders, producers, mega farms are focusing on mobility rather than taste and are perfectly willing to sacrifice strawberry taste for the ability to move fruit. There's a self-denying pleasure with seasonality. What does summer mean to your kids when they can have blackberries in January? Canada seems to not track berry consumption per se, but fresh berry availability, amount of food that is present in a country for consumption, increased by 237% since 2000. That's from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. There were 3.09 kilograms of fresh berry available per person in 2000. It is now 10.42 kilograms by last year, 2025. While strawberries make up a third of overall berry availability last year, the increase was driven by a rising amount of blueberries, cranberries, other berries, which is raspberries, loganberries, mulberries, blackberries, currants, gooseberries, saskatoon berries. In the same time period, the available amount of fresh oranges per person dropped 6%, apples decreased 23%, grapefruit availability plummeted 64%. Fresh berries continue to see strong growth in Canada, driven by rising consumer demand and increased imports, which the International Fresh Produce Association said in a statement. And it's not just Canada. Premium fruits like berries are performing globally high among all fruit categories, according to this year's Consumer Trend Research reports. Statistic Canada confirmed that the availability trend has largely been driven by imports. Fresh blueberries saw a spike in availability in 2021, which increased imports to 38.9% from 2020, while strawberry availability dipped from 2018 to 2019 as imports apparently dropped 16.8%. Melissa Spanger has 3 children under the age of 6. They love strawberries, raspberries, blueberries. She told CBC News from Ottawa she spends about $70 per month on berries alone. She buys them weekly. It's insane. Because the cost and how much her kids love them, she rations out every few for herself, and she doesn't offer them to guests. She's 37 years old, and she's planning to take her kids berry picking to stock up and hopefully save some money. Summer is going to really stretch the budget. The price of berries has remained somewhat stable in recent inflation numbers, increased 2.1% over the years in May, but they're not cheap. June price in grocery stores for strawberries that are 454 grams is $5.73, according to grocerypulse.ca data collected for Dalhousie University Agri-Food Analytics Lab in Halifax, which is a 4.9% retail price increase from May, said Sylvain Charlebois, the lab director. It's mostly seasonal adjustment as retailers transition from imported strawberries to higher cost Canadian berries and scale back aggressive spring promotion. If weather cooperates and domestic harvesting is strong, Canadians should expect strawberry prices to soften as we move further into summer harvest season. We've seen this boom happen with kiwis, pineapples as well, noted Bender, Canada Research Chair expert. It wasn't that long ago that you would get one mandarin orange in your stocking to last you all winter. Now you can buy them by the crate. Bananas were once a rare delicacy, pointing out that they were introduced to North America at the 1876 World Fair. They rapidly became an everyday food, but the fact that we still have fancy dishes like banana foster becoming a remnant of a time when they were a luxury item. Now they're pennies a pound, and they're very different banana that once were. And we're seeing the same thing happen in our lifetime with strawberries, being bred specifically to survive international transportation. This is the end of this video. Let me know what you think about it. If you want me to take a look at anything, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hello, Benjamin Ducky here. Microsoft revealed new Outlook will group notification, but Classic still loads emails faster. New Outlook will soon group notification and reduce interruption, which is notification spam on Windows, but it won't admit that Outlook Classic loads email faster, which is more than 10 seconds faster when you open email via notification. Crazy that after all the years, Microsoft does not realize new Outlook has major reliability problems with notification. You either don't receive notifications for connected accounts, or you receive notifications for any emails. It could take longer than 10 seconds to open the mail. So Windows latest observed the behavior on Windows 11 and Windows 10. Don't get them wrong. New Outlook isn't exactly unusable or terrible anyways. It gets the job done. Shouldn't surprise anyone because it's based on Outlook.com after all. People have been using Outlook.com for decades, so if it worked for tasks, new Outlook is almost enough for personal use, but at the same time, it doesn't do justice to the Windows client. Outlook Classic is perfectly capable. Oh, and new Outlook wasn't required, but we have it. Microsoft chose to maintain it. As spotted it on June 9th, Microsoft confirmed it was testing a new feature that will group email notification received within seconds to a single alert. Instead of getting bombarded with dozens of email notifications, which can happen when you sign up or order a product, you get a single notification that says you have received a new email. Windows latest hasn't been able to do that just yet, so when you ask Microsoft, they told Windows latest that the feature will be available starting in late June, won't roll out until mid-September. Microsoft plans to turn on notification grouping by default, so you can opt out by settings, general, notification, email, group notifications. Outlook's upcoming group notification feature is a great idea. Could have been a bad idea, but it could reduce notification fatigue. Microsoft's study found that grouping notification could help improve focus, make you more productive. The feature will roll out in both Outlook on the web, Outlook for Windows, and once you have it, you'll notice some notifications are now grouped. The grouping happens when multiple emails arrive within a few seconds. You click on a group notification, it opens the most recent email in the inbox. You can always go back to the inbox and find other emails sent as part of the group. Outlook Classic Win32 app was around for 3 decades, and while it's no longer the center of attention, it still does many things better than the glorified web app, New Outlook. Windows latest found that when you receive an email notification via New Outlook and click on the alert, it takes 10 to 30 seconds for Outlook to open and slowly load the email. Oh, and you can look at the video from the benchmark. Oh, fuck. Wait, was this? Oh, here we go. Yep, wait for it. Any luck with that? Yep. Ha! Okay, well, the 10 to 30 second was no luck. New Outlook is bad at notifications, so you can literally open New Outlook and then navigate to email manually faster than clicking Alert in Windows Notification Center. Outlook Classic, which is supposedly old and legacy coded, smokes New Outlook, opens email in a second or two when you hit the notification. So it's not just performance because of New Outlook notifications are a hit or miss. It's just PC with close to 10 Microsoft 365 domain accounts. People might not get new alerts for all their accounts at the same time. Like if you have 10 Microsoft 365 domain accounts, you might not get alerts for all at the same time. It's a hit or miss, no pattern other than that New Outlook can be messy. Microsoft previously told Windows latest it's aware of unreliable email notification and was working on a fix. So we're getting group notification, which is a nice improvement. And there are up to 10 major changes planned for New Outlook this year, but we don't have any word when Microsoft will fix slow email opening. What is your wish list for New Outlook? Let me know in the comments below. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you all in the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. Android 17 is finally making foldable, the gaming device we've been waiting for. Android 17, a mobile gaming plan for foldable phones, were briefly covered in large announcements about the latest version of the OS on June 16th. Now there's a much fuller picture that Android Community Engagement Manager Mishaal Rahman has taken to Reddit to show off just how it will work. The Android gaming subreddit has his post about extensive details and images, so we can see a game being played and a controller. Google said foldable devices now feature optimized 50/50 layout with game view on top, dynamic gamepad below to maximize view and button mashing space. The image showed just how well a foldable screen is suited to turn a phone into something that will play upon the nostalgia of anyone who had, well, a Nintendo DS at one point. The top half of the screen is devoted to gameplay, and the bottom half is transformed into a virtual gamepad. Any game that supported physical controller will work on Android 17 foldable. One of the biggest issues with mobile gaming is making it comfortable. We've already clutched phones and mice daily, so hand cramping while gaming on a small device is an inevitability. Google is addressing this with Android 17 by enabling phone manufacturers to adjust gamepads to screen spec. Rahman said that the gamepad can handle what you expect in a standard controller. D-pad, left, right thumbsticks, A, B, X, Y, action button, L1, L2, L3, R1, R2, R3, start button. A lot of that stuff. Gamepad is customizable, with two layouts. Default is twin stick inline. There's also a twin stick staggered layout which shifts the left thumbstick, D-pad, shoulder button. Size of the gamepad itself can be changed to make it small, medium, or large. There are light and dark theme. Haptic feedback for button press can be turned on or off. The gamepad itself is optional. Knows to stay hidden when you play touch-only games. You can only choose to hide it yourself in the menu. Gamers can use external controllers. Android supports several of them, including GameSir T4 Cyclone Pro, which Android police writer John Gilbert ranked as the best overall. When one is connected either with Bluetooth or USB, Virtual Gamepad is automatically disabled. As part of the final release of Android 17, foldable gaming features will be released in the next few months. That'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. Germany, Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary sweltered to hottest day on the record. Heat records of over 40 degrees Celsius set as extreme weather spread east more than 191 m in Europe, injuring 35 35 degrees Celsius or above. Oh, 191 million people in Europe. Oh. After decades of warnings, why is Europe so unprepared? Well, Germany, Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary reached record temperatures of more than 40 degrees on Sunday as a heat wave leaked to hundreds of deaths in Western Europe spread east. 191 million people, or more than that, in Europe faced temperatures of 35 degrees Celsius. Extreme heat warnings across the regions were issued. Germany recorded at 41.7 degrees Celsius in Koshin, near the Polish border in eastern Brandenburg, according to the German National Weather Service, and that broke the previous record of 41.5 degrees Celsius set a day earlier in Jurwitz. In Gurishade, I don't know if I said that right, in eastern Germany, a fire broke out in the forest contaminated with ammunition from the Second World War, complicating firefighter efforts. A major firefighting operation was also paused at a former munition disposal site near Triesen, a village in southwest Germany. Firefighters had to briefly pause after explosions were triggered and a bomb disposal unit was brought in, which German news agency DPA reported. 650 people in Triesen had to evacuate because the fire continued to spread. In Berlin, police sprayed water cannon into the air to help residents and tourists cool off. German rail operator Deutsche Bahn advised against all non-essential travel. Poland surpassed its all-time heat record with temperature reaching 40.5 degrees Celsius in Szubis on the Polish-German border, which broke a 105-year-old record of 40.2 degrees Celsius set in 1921. The Polish government security agency sent out text messages urging people to avoid the sun and strenuous activity, drink water, wear hats throughout the weekend. Multiple cities set up water curtains to help residents keep cool in the heat. Hungary and Czech Republic did it all. Hungary broke all-time record for the date, 40.7 degrees Celsius reported in Budapest, higher than Saturday's 40.0 degrees Celsius. Czech Republic reported 41.9 degrees Celsius in Dokshany, confirmed by the Czech Republic Hydrometeorological Institute on early Sunday afternoon. Temperatures continue to rise. It is not the final maximum. Slovakia, 39.3 degrees Celsius was reported in Mushla, southwest of the country. Denmark, on Saturday, registered the highest temperature since measurements began in 1874, with 36.6 degrees Celsius north of Odense. France counted the deaths caused by the heat wave. French National Public Health Agency said that between 24th and 27th of June, 1,000 deaths were recorded, compared with figures in previous months. These figures were provisional and were expected to rise significantly. Sharp increase of deaths related to people dying at home, particularly in the Ile-de-France region that include Paris and its suburbs. The majority of deaths were among people over 65. Younger people were also affected, which serves as a reminder of the need for measures of solidarity towards people that are isolated or experiencing profound loneliness, including in highly urbanized areas. That's the health agency of France that said in a statement. Philippe Huvin, emergency doctor and MP for the right-wing Les Républicains Party, said the final death toll would be very high. He said on Sunday there were likely to be people still in their homes in a coma or had died who might not be discovered until next week. Sébastien Lecornu, the French Prime Minister, said hospitals and emergency services will remain under pressure for the coming days. Marine Tondelier, leader of the Greens, said all lights must be shed on the very high death toll and political conclusion must be taken for action on the climate crisis. France's Interior Minister, Laurent Nunez, said ambulance services responded to more than 122,000 call-outs during hottest period of the heat wave. Spain's figures showed 327 deaths that could be linked to the heat between last Sunday and last Thursday. Large part of northern France was hit by violent electrical storms and high winds, which caused several injuries, as emergency services attended to fallen trees on roads and flooded homes. Lightning in the ice area sparked several fires, including one in Lyon, where 5 people were injured. Storms caused electricity outages. More than 60,000 homes were without electricity Sunday morning. One man died in Belgium when a tree fell on his vehicle outside Brussels after violent storms hit much of the country. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucky here. Samsung messages are about to disappear. Here's what to do before July. July starts this week, and with it, Samsung Messages ends. The announcement was made back in April, but if you haven't yet gotten around to making sure you're all set up to move over to Google Messages, Android police got you. Samsung began to push getting its customers off Samsung Messages and onto Google Messages 2 years ago when it released Galaxy Z Fold 6, Galaxy Z Flip 6 in the US with Google Messages. A few months later, it started prompting those with older Galaxy models to move to Google Messages. This April, there was an official end of service announcement. The company said the app will be discontinued come July, with the exact date available in the Samsung Messages app. Samsung gave reasoning behind the discontinuation as a move to maintain consistent messaging experience on Android that delivers better security with spam and scam prevention, RCS messaging for better media sharing, Gemini feature, improved connectivity with smartwatches and tablets. If you have a Samsung phone, you might have already received a message and on-screen instruction about moving over to Google Messages. If not, move your existing messages over to Google Messages manually within a few steps. Make sure your texts have been locally stored on your phone or if they're in Samsung Cloud. If they're in the cloud, if you want to move them to Google Messages, go to Settings, Accounts and Backup, and under Samsung Cloud, select Restore Data, choose the backup with your text, check Messages, Restore. Once you've done that, or if you're able to skip the step, open or download Google Messages, you'll get the message to use Messages. Make it your default SMS app. Tap Set Default SMS app. Then select Google Messages. Set as default. Phones with older versions of Android have a few extra steps. Android 12 and Android 13 phones, Google Messages will not automatically move into home screen dock after the switch. You have to do that manually by pressing and holding Samsung Messages in the home screen dock. Select Remove when the option pops up, then press and hold Google Messages app icon and select Add to Home. Drag the icon into the home screen dock. Before you delete Samsung Messages, make sure all your texts have moved over there. If they have not, Google support page suggests restarting your phone after making Google Messages your default. If they're not there, update both Google Messages and carrier service from the Play Store. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucky here. Mel Brooks turned 100 yesterday and said this is the key to a long life. Mel Brooks celebrated his centennial birthday yesterday. Comedy legend behind Blazing Saddles, Young Frankenstein producers turned 100 yesterday. Brooks was born Melvin James Kaminsky in Brooklyn, June 28, 1926, fought in the Second World War, where he served as a combat engineer for the U.S. Army. After returning home, he found success writing for TV before becoming one of Hollywood's most influential comic filmmakers, earning Academy Awards, multiple Emmys, Grammys, Tonys during a career spanning more than 7 decades. People magazine interviewed him. Brooks revealed the secret to longevity. Laughing keeps you healthy and happy, apparently. Even at his age, his triple-digit Yes, even as his age hits triple digit, Brooks has remained active creative force. He is set to reprise his famous role as Yogurt in the upcoming Spaceballs reboot, produced by Amazon MGM Studios and Josh Gad, planned for release next year. He is also lending his voice to the forthcoming animated film, The Land of Sometimes. Brooks' life and legacy were explored in two-part HBO documentary, Mel Brooks, 99-Year-Old Man, which was released in January. It's an amazing sound, people laughing at something he created, which he told people ahead of the documentary. Making comedy is a great job. It keeps you sane and happy. It gives you also a reason to be alive. In May, Brooks announced he was donating thousands of his documents and photographs to the National Comedy Center in Jamestown, New York. He's always been proud to say that he makes people laugh for a living, which he said in his statement. So knowing that his work will have a home in Comedy National Archive and continue making people laugh leaves him with a deep sense of pride. Brooks made mortality a joke. In a 1980 sketch, he created a coin-operated gravestone for himself that played a videotape message which began, "I was Mel Brooks, one of the funniest little Jews to walk the earth." When asked in a 2021 interview if he thought much about death, Brooks said no. He gave up after 60 thinking about it because if he did, he'd be thinking about it all the time, so he don't think about it much. When and if it happens, it's going to be a sad day for everybody but him. Laughing. He said that laughing. He enjoyed living. He liked to do it as long as he can. Then this was from the Associated Press. And that'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. That's right. If you want me to take a look at anything, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hey, Benjamin Tucker here. Windows 11 low latency performance boost rolls out to more PCs. Make its start menu notification load faster. So, Microsoft is apparently rolling out Windows 11's low latency profile to more PCs with the KB509509.3 update, but it doesn't mean it'll show up for everyone just yet. Microsoft is still rolling it out this year. Today's change only meant it'll reach more PCs, but you could always force enable it. If you've been following Windows development, you would have heard about low latency profile, and it is one of the most discussed Windows features this year. But for those unaware, low latency profile is a hardware level CPU boost tech introduced by Microsoft. It's not a new innovation. It's similar to Mac OS and Linux having a similar feature. And it appears that the feature increases CPU processor utilization briefly that boosts performance of the Windows shell. Low latency profile is a CPU scheduling technique that allows Windows UI, which is start menu, notification, quick setting of the Windows shell experience, to feel snappy. It briefly increases CPU utilization when you open Windows shell element, and such as start menu, notification center, and other areas mentioned. The feature works entirely in the background. CPU utilization boost is so brief that less than 3 seconds, it doesn't impact overall performance. In most cases, you're going to love low latency profile, especially if you own a low-end PC with 8 gigabytes of RAM and low-tier processor, which is Intel Core i3. Until now, low latency profile was not available to most users, but starting with this month's update, it's rolling out to more users. But that doesn't mean everyone will get it. In fact, new start menu, which began rolling out last year, became available to all users. First and foremost, Microsoft release notes state that performance boost applies to OS elements and apps, but it's not the case. While the OS elements are indeed faster, this feature isn't live for apps yet, so you'll not notice anything visible when you launch apps after installing update and force enable low latency profile. Windows latest understood that low latency profile for apps will ship at later dates, likely in a month or two, so more details will come. For now, you'll notice performance improvements or reduced stutter when you open new start menu, notification center, quick setting, other features, but on high-end PCs, the difference would be barely noticeable. In its current state, low latency profile is designed for low-end hardware where performance changes are instantly visible. So you can verify it by using hwinfo, hwinvo, by the way. While Task Manager is excellent for monitoring overall system state, 8, including core performance, hwinvo tracks rapid transient per core utilization spike with high frequency, a polling necessary to catch its brief 3-second burst. In hwinvo, click Start after choosing between full mode or summary only. CPU utilization will be visible on your screen. Finally, you need to open the Start menu or Notification Center and watch the CPU spike. If you observe a brief CPU spike when you launch the Start menu, Notification Center, or even as it's a flyout, low latency profile is working. In case you don't see it, you can always do it in Terminal or PowerShell Administrator by downloading a third party called 5tool and executing the command 5tool/enable/id:58989092. Restart Windows and you'll notice the OS level experience will launch faster. Yeah, so the low latency profile performance change are not visible, even if the feature is turned on high-end PCs. It was tested on 10-year-old PC with 8 gigabytes RAM and it felt almost like a fresh Windows 11 installation. Low latency can make older PCs run faster. Doesn't really hurt your CPU or overall system performance because the CPU utilization spike is brief. And that'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucky here. Microsoft Edge clapped back at users mocking Mac usage called itself of the best browser. So Apple users posted on X screenshot of Microsoft Edge download page for Mac and asked, what kind of freak uses Microsoft Edge on a Mac? Which gained more than 380,000 views and followed a post was like that about a Microsoft product being a pile-on. None of that came. The reply turned into something closer to an accidental defensive edge, with Mac users laying out reasons for running it on Apple hardware. Microsoft Edge account noticed and quoted it and replied, best freaking browser. Yeah, Edge called itself the best browser. Kinda casual, confident response. Almost, well, not that Microsoft never pulled off, holy crap. But this time it feels as though the confidence was fueled by a set of Mac users who defended the arch enemy of the company that never got affected by a bad press. A user called Aiden C. West said something that most social media was unwilling to accept. Edge is probably one of the best Chromium browsers out there simply due to speed and performance, lightweight, great RAM management, very few bugs, even faster than Chrome. Pretty solid browser, just horrible marketing. Someone who has been using Edge for a long time, Windows latest felt the last line is what the whole story is about. The browser itself gets consistent praise. Nobody outside of enterprise IT talks about it. Microsoft made good browser, but completely failed at marketing it. Of course, calling itself the best freaking browser doesn't qualify as good marketing. Multiple users pointed to RAM efficiency as the main draw on Mac. Peter Chang called it most RAM-saving browser across all the browser on Mac. Secretized said it was the only browser that didn't consume 4 GB of RAM with 4 tabs. Tarek MomD9 pointed out it gets the speed boost of Chromium without horrible RAM management of Chrome. Enterprise and government use came up several times. One user noted that internal government sites require Edge because certificates are not distributed for Chrome, even though both are Chromium based. Others cited Microsoft 365 integration and Intune or GPO browser management as the reason it ended up on company Macs. Ajay Kumar made one point. If Mac users are already running Microsoft Office versus VS Code, Teams, Edge is not a stretch, which essentially means that Office apps still work well with Microsoft products, despite Apple trying to lure in customers with Office app logos in their MacBook Neo ad video. People switching from Windows, continuity was the reason. Profiles sync across devices, saved passwords, extension that carry over made it easier to keep Edge on a new Mac instead of starting over in a different browser. Someone mentioned Bing rewards. Microsoft was running point program and sweepstake, including 1 million Bing giveaway, specifically to get people to use Edge and Bing. Apple users are not excluded from that. One user under Microsoft's reply shot back saying, "You're just a reskinned Chromium. Calm down." While it's a fact that Edge runs on Chromium, we mustn't dismiss that Chromium got better because of Microsoft. Microsoft was the contributor to the Chromium project since switching Edge to the Chromium engine in 2020. Some users defended Edge, noted that Edge is better than Chrome. Microsoft's contributions made Chrome itself better. The merged contribution history at chromiumreview.googlesource.com shows a ton of comments from Microsoft engineers across rendering, security, accessibility, and performance. Edge on Mac also added things Chrome did not have at the time, like vertical tabs, sleep tab feature, which Apple copied Edge's AI tab organizer for Safari, wrapped it under Apple Intelligence, months after Apple shipped it. Edge's AI tab organizer, when it launched, was tested and delivered more than what Safari announced at WWDC. Owing it to Microsoft's infamous reputation, Mac users weren't keen on picking up Edge because of the Microsoft account requirement for a single feature. That wall is coming down. Microsoft did remove account lock-in across its product. Edge is getting Google account sign-in support from July. For a Mac user who switched from Windows to escape Microsoft, they can now use Edge without having to deal with MSA. Truth be told, Edge's cross-device sync and extension support, along with the ability to sign in with Google, made it a more practical everyday option for people that don't want to use Chrome or Safari on Mac. Not everything is sunshine and roses with Microsoft Edge. Edge kept losing features while Microsoft defended it on social media, which there are few features that made using it worth it, but sad part is that Edge kept losing features even though Microsoft said that it was the browser. Collection and sidebar were removed in Edge 149 that Microsoft spent years pushing, and both features that we're using since their launch. Drop, the file sharing tool, got killed off too, and Microsoft said it would remove features in order to win back users in order to simplify Edge. That's not a sentence that aged well when removals kept coming. Replacements are all Copilot. AI-driven redesign confirmed for Edge was meant to make it look more like Copilot in Bing. Users have been vocal about not wanting that. Microsoft had to deal with users brutally rejecting Copilot in Edge for work. None of that stopped Microsoft from auto-opening Edge on some PCs after a mandatory Windows 11 update. That said, Edge on Mac is a good browser. Surrounded by frustrating decisions, Mac users defending it did so despite brand, not because of it, which essentially means Microsoft still has what it takes to get people in the browser wars. That's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tucker here. Microsoft began rolling out faster File Explorer on Windows 11, and it's not preloading. So that's pretty good. Microsoft quietly confirmed that faster File Explorer on Windows 11, and you don't have to join Insider Program to try it. The changes were included in KB 595093, build 26200.8737, which means they'll be bundled in next month's cumulative update. The first build will not look like a massive release, as it lacks flashier features, but it has some noteworthy changes, which is the File Explorer performance improvement. Ooh, there we go. That's pretty cool. Windows latest understood that Microsoft has managed to improve File Explorer launch speed without relying on preloading. Windows latest reported that Microsoft was testing File Explorer preloading, which allows it to run automatically in the background, launch faster when you double-click its icon. Like this. Alright, never mind. Mine ran slow. God damn it. Well, god damn it. Mine ran slow. Okay, oops. Anything already running it is bound to open faster. While that helps the experience, some people argue that Microsoft should fix the File Explorer instead of just preloading it. Fair argument. Preloading is welcome, especially since it doesn't really affect Windows 11 performance, but it doesn't fix the underlying problem. Good news is that Microsoft has been working on a File Explorer improvement, and those fixes are rolling out. With the release build, improvements focus on File Explorer Modern Area, which is the Home tab. Most of it File Explorer performance problem can be tracked to the Home tab, which is cluttered, takes longer than the original This PC tab. With the new update, Microsoft made changes to File Explorer Home tab so it doesn't make Explorer itself slower. It improves the speed and performance of File Explorer launch, as Microsoft noted, but it also added the features being rolled out slowly. The fixes apply to the address bar, which is now reliable and shows suggestion faster. You might have already noted that File Explorer became unresponsive or does not react immediately when you mount disk image. This should be fixed in the update that was yesterday. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. As it improved File Explorer responsiveness with mounting disk image. Likewise, there are several refinements to file or folder renaming. Microsoft patched issue where text would get selected when you rename items in folder view. Bugs were fixed where case-only name changes were reflected in folder view. Microsoft now allows people to navigate different folder using double backslashes and quotation marks in address bars. Microsoft is apparently rolling out a major update that would make right-click context menus load almost immediately. And that refers to extensions such as edit with paint.net, edit with notepad, edit with clipchamp, others that take few seconds to load compared to other items in context menu. For example, when you watch the below video, you might notice that certain items in context menu take a second or two to load. Some people might not find slow context menu a major problem, but it can be annoying when loading item change in the position of the cursor, and you might end up misclicking options. Microsoft already started testing a faster context menu where all the items load at the same time, And if you dislike a certain option, you'll be able to configure the context menu to show only essential options. You can customize what appears when you right-click in Windows 11. This is one of the features that is being worked on. Microsoft has plans to make File Explorer more modern with Windows 95 era Properties tab, which is getting a Win UI 3 makeover. The Properties tab, which opens when you right-click Storage Partition Volume, based on the Win32 Legacy API. It does not have dark mode or match the rest of the File Explorer interface. Thankfully, the Properties tab is getting a modern version based on references spotted in previous builds or preview builds. Other improvements are also expected for File Explorer, including faster search bar that can easily find files as long as they're indexed. Controversial preloading, that's still coming to File Explorer. Microsoft denied any plans to shelve the idea, as we expect it to show up in production retail builds in the coming months. However, even preloading won't make File Explorer fast as the Windows 10 version. What else do you want Microsoft to patch up in File Explorer? Let me know in the comments below. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Microsoft is weird. Benjamin Tuckett is back. Microsoft denies WSL3 exists. Reveal Windows 11 WSL containers ship next week. That's a Windows subsystem for Linux. Microsoft seems to have shot down the idea that Windows subsystem for Linux 3 is on the way. Articles that were calling it WSL3 mixed up a different feature, WSL container, which the company showed at Build 2026 and is days away from shipping. The correction came straight from the team that built it. Craig Lowen, product manager at Microsoft responsible for WSL, posted on X to clear it up. As a PSA, there's no such thing as WSL3. Hey, I've seen some articles talking about it, not currently a thing. And this was confusing from Microsoft Build 2026, where the company announced WSL Container, new built-in feature that lets people create, run, and interact with Linux container directly on Windows without third-party tools like Docker Desktop. Popular publication reported this as WSL3 because the abbreviation WSLC was floating around. WSL Containers is not a fair version successor to WSL2. It is a new capability built on top of the existing WSL infrastructure and will be available on June 23rd. But it's June 28th, so what are we doing? If you're not a developer, here's a quick primer. WSL is Windows subsystem for Linux, feature built into Windows that lets people run Linux environment directly inside Windows without the need to do a boot into separate OS or set up full virtual machine. A container is lightweight, isolated environment that packages an application along with everything it needs to run, including dependencies, libraries, configuration. Unlike a VM, a container does not simulate an entire operating system. It shares the host OS kernel, but keeps its own file system and process space. The advantage is that containers are faster to start, easier to share, portable across machines. WSL containers bring the container functionality directly into WSL itself. Not identical to a native Linux installation, and networking goes through translation layer, and the kernel is Microsoft managed. So there's differences developers have to run into. WSL container is not a version number. A new layer of capability on top of WSL existing virtual machine infrastructure. WSL1 launched in August 10 years ago as a translation layer that converted Linux system call into Windows 1. And that wasn't really a Linux kernel, so containers were a non-starter. WSL2 arrived in May 19 with a full Linux kernel running inside a lightweight managed VM, which made Docker Desktop possible. And here's this too. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Woo. So there's a problem. Developers that wanted Linux containers on Windows use Docker Desktop, which uses WSL2 as its backend on Windows 11. Docker Desktop worked, but it came with per-seat licensing costs for larger teams and needed a complex setup that IT administrators in enterprise environments had to manage separately. Containers can now be built, run, and deployed directly from Windows using wslc.exe without installing Docker Desktop or any third-party tool. Command syntax closely mirrored Docker, so Desktop don't face steep realarming curves. Developers can also install Docker Engine inside a WSL2 distro to avoid Docker Desktop licensing costs, but that still requires manual setup inside Linux. WSL Container skips that step entirely, making it zero install option that works straight from Windows without touching a distro. WSL Container supports GPU pass-through via Container Device Interface, which means you could run GPU-accelerated workload like CUDA-based machine learning pipeline inside a Linux container on your Windows GPU driver. For enterprise IT admins, the feature integrates into the existing Windows management infrastructure, policy-based enablement through group policy or MDM control, which containers can run in where images can be sourced from. Administrators can be seen running containers through standard Windows auditing tool, which Docker Desktop did not offer natively. Build 2026 event, Microsoft positioned WSL Container as a core part of the developer-optimized Windows 11 story. Executive Vice President Pavan Davaluri described it as a built-in way to create, run, and interact with Linux containers on Windows. And it has two components. EXE CLI lets developers build, run, and deploy Linux containers directly from the command line out of the box. And the second is WSL Container API, which allows Windows app developers to use Linux containers programmatically as part of app logic, covering scenarios like running local AI workload, container-based testing pipeline, Linux-based data processing from within native Windows app. The CUI is front-facing layer. Under the hood, the actual container runtime handling, image management, and process isolation is separate from the tool you type commands into, the same way the Docker command is separate from the Docker engine running beneath it. Build 2026 had other Linux tools for Windows 11. Core utils for Windows is now available, bringing over 75 Linux command line utilities like IS, grep, CP, and env natively to Windows without WSL or VM. Built on the open source UUtils project in Rust, these commands run directly on Windows, which means script can use them work without modification. The Intelligent Terminal is an experimental feature that brings context-aware AI assisted directly into the terminal, was previewed at the same event. Microsoft's investment in WSL and Linux tooling are not altruistic. The company knows that if Windows became the easy place to run Windows workload, developers have fewer reasons to switch to macOS or native Linux. That was written when Microsoft outlined plan to upgrade WSL with faster file access, better networking, and easier setup. Modern software development is overwhelmingly Linux first. Build pipelines run on Linux. Cloud infrastructure ran on Linux. AI framework like PyTorch, TensorFlow, Llama.cpp, all Llama are built and optimized for Linux environment. Developers working on Linux have historically had to either fight their tools or maintain separate Linux environment alongside their Windows machine. WSL2 handling Linux kernel capability and WSL containers eliminated the need for Docker Desktop. Microsoft is trying to recover every reason to develop a reach for different platforms. Core utils on top of that means every command line in muscle memory that belongs to macOS and Linux now work on Windows out of the box. That's good for developers. Each iteration for WSL consistently improved the experience. Well, let's see how WSL containers arrive as routine WSL updates, available to every Windows 11 without any major OS upgrade. That'll be it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video. Hi, Benjamin Tuggy here. When Microsoft warns Windows 11 recovery feature uses 50 gigabytes of storage, but for a good cause. Windows 11's point-in-time restore feature, which is easy, fast method for system recovery, arrived in this month's optional update, KB 5095093, but it uses 50 gigabytes of precious disk space. Point-in-time restore becomes necessary when your PC is stuck in a boot loop and you need to get back to a working state without reinstalling Windows from scratch. Once you understand what it buys you, 50 gigabytes starts to look reasonable. It's arriving for all Windows 11 PCs in next month's Patch Tuesday security update and can be switched by default depending on your disk volume. So here's the early look at what is coming. It's a full system recovery feature built into Windows 11. That's point-in-time restore, available across Home, Pro, and Enterprise Edition. Automatically creates snapshot of the entire OS volume at a set interval and stores them locally on your PC. Something breaks, you boot into Windows recovery environment, pick a snapshot before the problem started, and Windows rolls everything back to that state. The feature uses Windows Volume Shadow Copy service, which was part of Windows 6 since Windows XP and used by backup software. The storage limit defaults to 2% and disk size, that's 2 gigabyte, and a hard ceiling of 50 gigabyte. On a 2.5 terabyte drive, 2% laddens at 50 gigabyte. On 512 gigabyte drive, it works around to 10 gigabyte. On 256 gigabyte, it's roughly 5 gigabyte. 50 gigabyte number applies to larger drives. Critically, that's not preserved or partitioned off. VSS only consumes free disk space as restore points are written, up to configured maximum. If your snapshot is 8 gigabyte, remaining headroom is untouched and available to your system and apps like any other free space. Microsoft integrated point-in-time restore storage with Windows' existing reserved storage system, which further reduced the net impact on your available disk space. So this new restore point is created every 24 hours in the background without interrupting your work. On Windows Home and on Managed Pro, you can adjust this from settings, but you cannot change the frequency or retention period, as those controls are reserved for enterprise IT admins via Intune and CSP policy. Restore point retention is set to 72 hours by default. Snapshots are kept up to 3 days before being automatically deleted. Enterprise admins can configure frequency as low as every 4 hours, with 6, 12, or 16 hours optional. Retention can similarly be shortened to 4, 6, 12, 16, or 24 hours. Maximum usage slider, which controls the storage ceiling, is configurable on all editions, including Home and Pro. When you enable the feature, Windows does not wait for 24 hours. Restore point is scheduled promptly if none exist. Timing based on boot state and most recent restore point available. Restore points are deleted automatically when they exceed 72-hour retention window, even if configured VSS storage limit is reached, or when free disk space on the OS volume dropped to 20 gigabyte or below. At the threshold, Windows removes snapshot from oldest to newest to avoid competing with critical system operation. VSS checks 20 gigabyte buffer at the cadence of restore point frequency, not continuously. If VSS hits condition where it cannot preserve data, which is full disk memory allocation failure, or write error, all existing restore points are wiped. There's a minimum free space requirement to run a restore. Your drive has to be with much free space as the combined size of all existing restore points. Only devices with an OS volume of 200 gigabytes or larger will have the feature switched on automatically. Smaller drives, the feature is off by default, but you can still enable it automatically in settings if you want to. If you're running Windows on 128 gigabytes SSD, the feature will not silently eat into your storage without you opting in first. Enterprise managed devices means domain joined PCs or machines enrolled in Intune. The feature is off by default until Windows 11.26H2. IT admins can push it via recovery CSP. For everyone else on home and unmanaged Pro with a drive of 200 gigabyte or above, it is on after the June optional update or the July patch Tuesday. You can go to System, Setting. Yeah, you can go to Settings, System, and Recovery, and click View or Edit next to Point-in-Time Restore. Approve the USA prompt. You'll see the toggle along with the frequency, retention, and maximum disk usage slider. Since the first restore point is created in the background, there's no progress indicator or notification. Microsoft never gave any signal that a snapshot has been taken, as it is designed to happen silently without interrupting your work. Best approach, let it enable it. Well, here. Best approach, enable it. Let your PC sit still for a while and then check the restore point list the next time you open the settings page. From hands-on testing of point-in-time restore last year, recovery process runs entirely through Windows and Windows recovery environment with RE, which is intentional. By the time you need to restore, Windows itself may not be in a bootable state, normally or abnormally. If Windows failed to boot 3 times in a row, it drops you into WinRE automatically, which is where you'll see the option to select Troubleshoot and choose Point-in-Time Restore. You can test the feature by going to Settings, System, Recovery, and clicking Restart and Restart Now under Advanced Setup. From WinRE menu, go to Troubleshoot and select Point-in-Time Restore. If a drive is encrypted with BitLocker, WinRE will ask for the recovery key before proceeding. You can find it at account.microsoft.com/device/recovery key if it was saved to your Microsoft account. After that, Windows shows a list of available restore points with time lapses. Pick the one that predicts the problem. Click Continue to acknowledge the data loss warning. Confirm your selection. Click Restore. A full restoration on lightly loaded system took around 30 minutes. After the restore complete, PC boots back into Windows 11 with every app, setting, and file from before the restore point attack. No app, no user data before the snapshot was missing. The restore only applies to the OS volume. Secondary drivers and partitions are untouched. Files sync to OneDrive or other cloud services before the restore point are unaffected. However, point restore sync conflict may appear in OneDrive and can be resolved by rebuilding local cache. Restoring after a Windows Edition change, upgrading from Home to Pro, rolling back to Home era can break installation. Files encrypted with EF5, EFS encrypting file system may prevent restoration. Since restore points are created on a schedule, there's no guarantee a snapshot was captured at the exact moment you need. If your PC was off or asleep, that snapshot will not exist. Microsoft is doing real work to make Windows 11 more stable, which launched Driver Quality Initiative at WinHEC 2026, committing to cleanup of Windows Update driver catalog to stop bad drivers from reaching consumer machine. And Microsoft said it would stop downgrading graphic driver to Windows Upgrade, which was frustrating. Hardware partners are still a wildcard though. HP Bio Update bricked Enterprise PC with BitLocker Loop earlier this year, and it appears HP hardware had a June 2026 update that caused boot failure. On the Apple side of things, they only have a limited number of hardware configurations which they control end to end. Windows once runs on hardware from hundreds of manufacturers with firmware written by Microsoft team, and that's something Microsoft cannot fit individually. Perfect stability on every configuration is not a realistic expectation. So when memory prices are through the roof, 50 gigabytes of storage is the upper bound for a feature that saves your entire PC from a bad update is a reasonable ask. Oh shit. Alright, let's see what we got. Where the hell is it? Oh, it does. I mean, it does have it. Do I have it? Oh, I do have it. Bullshit. I do have it. Oh, nice. And that's it for this video. Let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below. And I'll see you on the next video. Benjamin Tucky here. SteamOS now offered with new gaming pre-built PCs. SteamOS pre-built gaming PC is modern, and it appears with Ryzen 5 9600X or RX 7600. Oh wait, that's the graphics card. Meta PC launched Steamroller, $1,300 pre-built gaming PC with SteamOS. Ooh. Meta PC has opened pre-orders for Steamroller. New gaming desktop listed at $1,299. The system is not interesting because it uses desktop PC hardware similar to Steam Machine, which that was pretty weird since they covered it. Since videocards.com covered it, a similar one. The important part is that Meta PC said that Steamroller shipped with SteamOS, which is the first modern pre-built gaming PC that has the new Steam Machine era that Valve's gaming OS is used by default. The system is based on AMD Ryzen 5 9600X, Radeon RX 7600 graphics card. CPU is 6 core Zen 5, so we all know that. Graphics card is RDNA 3 with 32 compute units, 2048 stream processors. Weird. What the hell? Meta PC lists 16 GB of DDR5 5600 memory, 1 TB NVMe SSD, B650M, B850M Wi-Fi motherboard, 240mm AIO cooler, 650 watt 80 plus gold power supply. It is built inside a Johnsbow D32 black case, which is a standard PC desktop rather than just a compact console system. You know what I mean? Compared to Valve's Steam Machine, Steamroller has a stronger desktop class CPU, Radeon RX 7600 GPU, compute units rather than Valve's semi-custom RDNA 3 graphics processor. Valve system is still different in product class, smaller, built around custom enclosure, designed as a living room PC with Valve's own controller experience. Yeah, all this stuff. Yeah, this is all just computers. Hey, the idea of SteamOS PC is not new. Alienware, Zotac, and CyberPower launched that Steam Machine in 2015. Difference now is that SteamOS has returned with Steam Deck, Proton support, Earth being stronger, Valve pushing SteamOS beyond its own handheld, and is added to the desktops. So that's pretty much great, and I love it. Huh. Oh yeah, and it's pre-order. Nice. Motherboard. Brand and style will vary. Oh, it's probably not MSI or anything. God damn it. Damn it. It's probably not like MSI, my favorite motherboard. Well, let me know what you think about it. If there's anything you want me to take a look at, let me know down below, and I'll see you on the next video.